No, we have quorum.
We have quorum, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has signed the Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 782 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 75 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the June 17, 2021 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who have requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point. Out of respect for others, people should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual planning session. I would like to call roll now. Commissioner Brumfeld. I'm sorry, Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Biaggi, not present. Commissioner Brumfeld, not here yet. Commissioner Burnett.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Cordova is present. Commissioner Cox, I think I saw you.
I'm here.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Garza. Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Moore, I think I saw you.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy, I think I saw you.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Novata. Commissioner Osterman. Commissioner Reyes.
Here.
Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Shaw, I saw you. Commissioner Sposato. Commissioner Tunney.
Here.
Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Wagenskopf. I think I-
Here. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, good morning, everyone. All righty. Okay, fantastic. You know what? I wanted to make sure we got this done this month. It was new news last month, but I do want to take time out to congratulate Noah Safranek on his promotion to Assistant Commissioner. Much deserved, and much congratulations to you, Noah. So we're
Thank
really
you.
Definitely.
that you've received this recognition, and to work with you is to know how great you are. We will now approve the minutes from the May 20th, 2021 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on May 20th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Burnett. All in favor of the motion to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Commissioner.
Aye.
Thank you. Got it. Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes, yes, Commissioner Shaw.
And Tunney and White.
Yes.
Tony voted aye. Tony voted aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. We have several people signed in to speak on items. When I call your name, please wait a moment until you're unmuted, and then you may proceed.
Can you see that?
Please be reminded you have 3 minutes to speak. The first set of speakers would like to comment on one of the omnibus items located at 4443 West Chicago. They are Claire, Vicki Lee, Adrian Harmon, and Melissa Bogart. The next set of speakers would like to speak on item D1, the ETOD plan. Butler, Adams, Gary Menace, Kimberly Casas, Mike Tomas, Pilar Kelly, Roberto Requejo, Ruben Hernandez, and Trilak O'Sullivan. The next speaker will be Butler Adams on item D2. The next speaker is Melanie Evans, item D3. For item D4, Butler Adams, followed by Steve Simmons, Butler Adams on item D6, Butler Adams again for item D7. The last set of speakers is for item D8, Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, followed by Butler Adams. And then that concludes the list of those who completed speaking forms. So let me go first of all to items related to 4443 West Chicago. Ms. Mimi Leclerc. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Mimi Leclerc, and I'm the president and CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago. For 119 years, Boys and Girls Clubs have been a leading provider of out-of-school time services to Chicago's children and teens. And our clubs provide young people with a safe place to learn and grow during the most vulnerable time of the day. Our mission has always been to help those young people who need us the most. Our organization is driven by those whom we serve, the communities where our clubs are located, the parents and guardians, and most importantly, the youth. We've received overwhelming feedback directly from children and teens on the West Side that they are looking for more safe spaces to pursue their passions. Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago has 2 locations already operating in local elementary schools in Austin, and we're in the process of opening a 3rd club in Austin High School. And we are incredibly grateful for these opportunities. We also know there are countless more young people who need our services. The proposal we are discussing today would allow us to expand our access in West Side communities and increase the number of youth we are serving. We know we can make a critical difference. We started talking to community teens back in November and have conducted a number of focus groups over the past 6 months to learn what their hopes are for a new club site. Throughout these conversations, we heard a common refrain. The most important things to these youth were that a club is safe and inviting. They want something new, built for kids with kids in mind. And they want fun, interesting programs that can get them excited about attending. This new club will give young people what they are looking for. It will serve hundreds of kids with high quality programming and be a reliable resource for decades to come. We're eager to serve children at this site, and if given the opportunity to proceed, We look forward to continuing to work with the community youth and families to shape the club to meet their needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your being here. Ms. Vicky Lee. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Ms. Lee.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
We are now. Mhm.
Great. Good morning. I am Dr. Vicky Lee, the Chief Program Officer at the Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago. And as Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago plans to open the new club in Austin, I have personally worked with local elementary and high schools and other out of school time programs to gather data to inform program decisions. The youth in Austin are very clear. They want a safe, fun place to visit within their own community. I am in full support of opening a new club in Austin, as I agree with the youth in Austin that they should not have to travel such far distances to participate in quality out of school time programs. As Mimi mentioned, for over 119 years, the Boys and Girls Clubs has been investing in youth, especially those who need us the most, building trusted relationships and equipping youth with the tools needed to better their communities. I am confident that the new Austin Club will be no different. As a lifelong Chicago resident, a former teacher, counselor, and principal for Chicago Public Schools, I know the impact a community hub like the Boys and Girls Club can have on the life of a child, and I am here for all of it. I am committed to being a part of the change we all want to see in Chicago, and in my opinion, I see the Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago as the best option to lead this change, especially during after school hours. I want the youth in Austin. I want what the youth in Austin want: a safe place, a fun place, a place with mentors, a place with programs that inspire, motivate, and challenge, a place where everyone respects each other, a place where many of them will get their first job, and a place, most importantly, that they can call their own. I am beyond excited to continue this work on behalf of the Austin youth and look forward to the day when the doors of the new Austin Club open. I can't think of a better way to spend my time than with youth, helping them explore ways to help develop and improve their community. I thank you for your time, and I invite you to join me in the excitement to serve youth and families of the Austin community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Adrienne Harmon. Go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Madam Chair, I had to promote Adrienne Harmon because an under attendee, that person was not able to unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you.
All right. I wanted to say thank you for having me here today. My name is Adrienne, and I've lived in the West Humboldt Park neighborhood of Chicago basically my whole life. When I was younger, there really wasn't a lot of support in my neighborhood. We had to really find things to do outside the neighborhood just because of everything from violence to just like not being safe for other children. My local school was going through transition, so I ended up finding a high school on the north side, which means I had to travel almost an hour to get to school. I chose to go further away because it was safer and it felt more promising for me at that time. But I was sad because I felt like I was taking myself, a resource, out of my community, but I needed to find a place where I could thrive, and it just wasn't here. Luckily, I found the Boys and Girls Club on the north side, which gave me that place to thrive, and I was named their Youth of the Year last year for 2020. And I would like to share a portion of my speech with you guys to help you understand why I think having a Boys and Girls Club in this community is a great thing. When I fall asleep at night, I find myself dreaming of my ideal neighborhood. Safe, clean, vibrant. These words have never been used to describe my neighborhood. Ghost town, threatening shadows, sirens sing my lullaby. This is where I live. Everyone has a story, and mine begins in the West Humboldt Park neighborhood of Chicago. When I was little, I loved eating pizza, playing basketball, and sleep over with my cousins. But I knew from the age of 6 that when I heard gunshots, I had to drop to the ground. I knew I wasn't growing up in a neighborhood that everyone dreams of, West Humboldt Park has everything from people loitering on street corners to needles in the grass. The trees don't even want to grow here. I knew I had to find a better way out. I'm just here to support the Boys and Girls Club from being a club kid myself and finding resources outside of my community. Having that resource in the community is not only going to help myself, but I have younger sisters and I don't want them to feel like they have to leave their community to feel safe when we have a resource coming to the community that I feel is a great thing. I want to thank you guys for having me here, and that's the end of my pitch.
Adrienne, thank you so much for being here. That was really powerful. We hope that this is that there will be many more times when you share your thoughts and perspectives with various appointed and elected bodies. Your perspective is, to say the least, very appreciated, powerful, and important. So thank you for being here. Do you still play basketball?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I moved him under attendee. I can't bring him back.
That's okay. It's okay. Let me go to Melissa Bogart next.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Bogart, and I'm a former resident of the Austin community. I lived in the community my entire life until this past April. Two of the major reasons for the move was safety and opportunity for my son and husband. Not only did I live in Austin, I also worked with teens from the Austin community. The teens that I worked with came from all walks of life, but they all wanted and needed the same thing, opportunity. An opportunity for them to participate in quality programming and a place to assist them in making a positive change for themselves. They wanted to have fun in a safe environment with adults who cared about their well-being and provided structured activities. Opening a Boys and Girls Club in the Austin community is vital. The collaboration between youth and first responders will help to build trust within the community. It will help to break down barriers and diminish stereotypes from both groups, which will then help to decrease violence and the rate of recidivism, and in turn, increase the number of youth who will seek jobs as first responders, and then add more students who apply to college and different trade schools. The Austin community needs this collaboration. If you want a positive change that will bring positive results, you will vote yes to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for all of you who came down, metaphorically speaking, to share your thoughts with us. We really appreciate it. The next set of speakers would like to speak in item D1. Butler Adams, we'll go to you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Butler Adams, for the record. I wanted to say it was on in support of this particular project. This is, I believe, the 40th.
Oops, lost you.
Building at all. I think it's very nicely integrated into the neighborhood. The tearing down of this old church, I don't think is any particular great loss to the area at all. And with the building of this new project, $100,000 new dollars in terms of property tax revenue will be generated annually. I will say, from looking at this project, I do believe the building could have been at least 1 story taller with 8 additional units. Corner properties can be taller because they kind of hold and anchor the block in general. Right now, you're going for 32 units, and right now the affordable housing is 10%. So you're going to be getting 3 affordable units. Had affordable housing been at 20%, you would have gotten 6 units. However, had there been an additional floor with 8 more units, then you would have had 40 units in total. And if you were still at the 10%, you would have had 4. If you were at the 20%, you would have had 8. So I do think that increasing density always allows you to have an increase of affordable housing. So let's not be scared of additional density in the city as a whole. But again, I do think this project is a nice fit for the area, and I do support it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, can I just make a clarification there? Butler was speaking to item D2 at that point. I think we had called him for D1, but he was speaking to D2 on those comments.
Okay, that helps because I was a bit confused. All right, so I won't call on him for D2 then. So let me go to Gary Jimenez then on item D1. Do we have Gary Jimenez here? How about Kimberly Casas?
Madam Chair, 1 second. I'm trying to look for Gary. Here we go. Found him.
Hello, can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Gary Jimenez, and I'm a 20-year-old. I'm currently taking summer classes at Malcolm X, and I've been a member of LSNA for about 2 years now. I would like to start off by saying that the youth that are speaking here today are the future leaders. And we know that equitable transit-oriented development is the way of the future. So transit-oriented development can be seen through the city of Chicago, but we fail to take action against those who have been pushed out of the neighborhood. When I think about ETOD, I think about being able to walk inside of my own neighborhood and even bike throughout it. Logan Square is a rapidly gentrifying areas, and other areas are rapidly changing as well. You can definitely see development in them, but we have to think, who is this development for? Competition to live in these TOD neighborhoods like Logan Square is fierce and displaces current residents out of their home. ETOD provides opportunities to these people to stay in their homes and for communities to stay. My hope is that all neighborhoods in Chicago are as walkable and as bikeable as Logan Square. I would love to see other residents feel the same joy I do when I hop onto my bike every morning to work at LSNA. And I know we can do something about this and we can work further into an ETOD future. I would also like to thank Lori for working with us on ETOD. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Kimberly Casas.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kimberly Casas. I'm 19 years old. I'm a student at Lake Forest College, and I volunteer at LSNA. I've lived in Logan Square my whole life, and I've seen the effects of gentrification and non-equitable TOD and what effects it has had on longtime residents of the community. The main effect being that most of them aren't here anymore. One of the examples of potential equitable TOD is the building on 2525 North Kedzie in the 32nd Ward, owned by the CTA, that is being turned into an apartment complex that had some pushback from the community when it was suggested that there only be luxury apartments. The community was clear that there was a need for equitable housing for that development to have positive effects on the community. What I hope for is that 2525 North Kedzie will have housing for the people that are already in my community, and that the people here won't have to be displaced. Alderman Waguespack, we urge you to please support us in pushing for equitable transit-oriented development at this site. ETOD allows for the neighborhood to keep growing and flourishing under the reins of the people that built it. We wanted to thank Mayor Lightfoot and her staff and the Department of Housing and Department of Planning and Development for taking time to listen to us today. All people, no matter what their race or income, deserve the opportunity to live in a walkable and transit-rich neighborhood. ETOD can help us make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chairwoman, can I just add one other point of clarification there too? We have no project on the agenda for 2525 North Kedzie today. The comments were in response to the ETOD plan being proposed in front of the Plan Commission today.
Okay, these are really helpful when you provide these clarifications, Noah. Thank you. Mike Tomas, or is it Mike Thomas?
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the Chicago Plan Commission. Can you hear me?
You can, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mike Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of the Garfield Park Community Council, a community building organization on Chicago's West Side, and also a resident of Garfield Park. I spoke in support of expanding the transit-oriented development ordinance back in January 2019, and the Garfield Park Community Council is here today to support the adoption of the city's ETOD policy plan. In 2019, we wanted the ordinance expanded to ensure development projects near transit advance racial justice, climate resiliency, and improve public health. And the policy plan in front of you today does just that. In Garfield Park on the west side, GPCC hosts monthly community meetings to discuss land use and development opportunities. And often we discuss proposed projects near the Green Line from California to Pulaski. The policy plan allows residents and local organizations a voice to demand that development benefits all people. As a community organization, GPCC likes that ETOD is both a process and a type of development. In fact, we're using the principles right now on a proposed affordable housing development that will be in front of this commission later this year, the C40 Garfield Green project. As a small neighborhood organization on the west side, the policy plan will make our work easier because it will pull city departments and sister agencies together to look at development through an equity lens to ensure affordability, access to jobs, and ensure our neighborhoods are more livable and walkable. We also support the policy plan's goal to development strategies for city-owned vacant lot. For nearly 2 years now, we've been trying to work with the city's planning department to finish the Near West housing plan and work with residents on a vision for housing for city vacant lots near transit. We also support the policy plan's goals to standardize community engagement. Far too often, community engagement is an afterthought with very little time allocated to it and no budget for it. We often hear from residents that transit is too expensive, so we also support the policy plan's goal to require developers to consider including transit options in their development plans. And finally, over 50% of our housing stock is 2 to 4 flats. And historically, these have provided affordable housing for West Side families and a source of home ownership and wealth creation. However, we're losing these housing stock on the east side of the park due to deconversion to single families, and on the west side of the park because of disinvestment resulting in demolition. We support the policy plan's goal to preserve existing unsubsidized affordable housing near transit. For all these reasons and more, the Garfield Park Community Council strongly supports the adoption of the policy plan by this commission, and we urge the city to fully implement it and properly resource it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Pilar Kelly?
Hello, my name is Pilar Kelly. I'm 19 years old. I'm a student at Duke University, and I'm here as a youth organizer with LSNA. I've lived in the heart of Logan Square my entire life, and luxury development has caused my neighborhood to change before my eyes. I believe that we need to prioritize equitable transit-oriented development to serve the residents of Logan Square that have made this neighborhood unique and amazing for decades. We're told that to save the environment, we should utilize Chicago's amazing public transport. But if we only build transit-oriented developments that are luxury, such as those that are popping up all over Logan Square, and making it look more and more homogenous, we are only displacing the people that have lived here for decades to transit deserts, and we're causing people to be dependent on cars. According to the Active Transit Association, commuters who live in poverty in the Chicago area are almost twice as likely to rely on transit to get to work. It is counterintuitive to be displacing people who truly need public transport in order to benefit money-hungry developments. I really appreciate Mayor's Lightfoot staff has taken the time to listen to our voices and pay attention to ETOD. I believe it's something that our city and my neighborhood desperately needs. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Roberto Requejo?
Good morning, Chair Cordova and members of the Chicago Plan Commission. My name is Roberto Requejo, and I am the Program Director of Elevated Chicago. We are a Black and Latinx-led coalition of community-based organizations and institutional partners advancing equitable transit-oriented development, or ETOD, and I am testifying today in support of the adoption of the City of Chicago's ETOD policy plan by the Chicago Plan Commission. Our coalition was created because we wanted to take collective action about the extreme inequities in neighborhood planning and development in Chicago, and we believe this plan is necessary to end those inequities. In collaboration with the Mayor's Office, our coalition helped convene the ETOD working group tasked with developing the ETOD plan, and today we want to express our full support for the plan's content and for the plan's process, but we also want to express a concern. The plan's content is a realistic roadmap to realize racial equity and center BIPOC communities in TOD. The plan's policies support development without displacement done with the community, not to the community. And we are especially interested in the recommendations that will make land use and zoning in our city pedestrian-friendly and transit-oriented rather than car-centric. The plan's process was inclusive and collaborative. The plan was created by a diverse group of technical experts, community leaders, and ETOD advocates, including artists, environmental activists, and developers. This group grew from a small committee of 10 people to over 80 members who met last summer to create a plan following the community engagement rules and principles of Elevated Chicago. While we endorse the plan's content and process, we have a concern. For this plan to succeed, it must be properly resourced. The city must have the proper staffing and capacity to lead and manage implementation, but that is not the case yet. So we strongly urge City Council, the Mayor's Office, city departments, and CTA to make ETOD a priority in their budgets and to coordinate their resources for maximum impact. We want to commend early adopters of the ETOD plan, like CDPH, the Department of Housing, DPD, the CTA, and CMAP, as well as many private and nonprofit developers committed to equitable development in our city. And finally, we encourage this Plan Commission to start looking at development proposals through the lens of this new plan. We urge your commissioners to endorse strongly proposals that demonstrate the plan's recommendations. And we also urge you all to question, challenge, or if necessary, stop proposals that ignore the plan or go against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we appreciate having also a letter on file from you. Those list of recommendations, though, that you just made at the end, I'm not sure that I'm seeing those in the letter, but I think especially this point about reviewing, encouraging us as commissioners to review proposals through the lens of the ETOD. Appreciate that comment and the time that you took to come and speak with us. So thank you very much, Mr. Requejo. Ruben Hernandez.
All right, can you hear me?
You can.
All right, good morning. My name is Ruben Hernandez. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student at Northeastern Illinois University, volunteering at the Logan Square Neighborhood Association. In my short time working at LSNA, I've learned much about the importance of making transit-oriented developments equitable. As a Latino living in Logan Square, I've seen gentrification at its most aggressive. And part of that has been transit-oriented developments. Take the building on Milwaukee and Sawyer that replaced a bakery, for example. This is a TOD made up of luxury studios. This is an issue because the people who've lived here for a long time, families like mine, can't afford luxury studios. Even if we could afford them, they aren't big enough to hold multi-generational families, which Latin households tend to be. Clearly, making TODs more equitable is imperative. I commend the city of Chicago for recognizing where TODs have harmed communities and now moving towards an equitable policy. As a Chicago resident, I fully support equitable TODs and greatly look forward to seeing more of them in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trilok O'Sullivan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Traylock. I'm 19, and I've been a youth organizer with LSNA for 2 years now. Over the past few decades, this neighborhood and many others have seen that when public policy seeks profit and blindly promotes development, then the residents of the neighborhood, the people who are making up the community that has become so attractive, lose out. Now that Logan Square is so walkable, bikeable, and has such a vibrant commercial atmosphere, developers are more attracted to it than ever. They want to leverage access to the Logan Square Blue Line to provide TOD luxury housing. And with projects like this, it's very clear who benefits, not the people who have been living in this community for decades. Instead of TOD, we need to see equitable development that provides opportunities for all residents to stay in their neighborhoods, especially the ones who rely on public transit the most. That's why we're thankful to Mayor Lightfoot, the Department of Housing, as well as the Department of Planning and Development for their collaboration in our efforts to build and promote equitable TOD projects. Specifically, we want to acknowledge our appreciation for their support on the Emmett Street development that's going to provide 100 units of affordable housing right next to the Logan Square Blue Line. In confirming this project, the city did the right thing, standing up for community members who have historically got the short end of the stick by public policy. But the fight for an equitable city is just beginning. Our hope is that equitable TOD, through equitable TOD, all neighborhoods in Chicago will have the chance to have projects like Emmett. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on the ETOD plan. I want to thank all of you, especially the young people who came down to share your thoughts with us. It's a great way for us to start our meeting, to hear your voices. And it's interesting also how you really articulated the issues in Logan Square with respect to affordability, displacement, the kinds of changes that are going on there. So what a wonderful thing that your participation with the LSA and taking the time also to share your thoughts with us. And I think you make some important points, and definitely points for us to think about when staff presents us with the report on the ETOD, and we vote on it. So again, I thank you very much for the time that you took to come and share your thoughts with us. It's very meaningful to us. Let's see now, Butler Adams already spoke on D2. Let me go to Melanie Eckner on item D3.
Good morning. I'm Melanie Eckner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Clarendon Park Advisory Council in support of the Chicago Park District's renovation of Clarendon Park Community Center. First, we'd like to tell you a little about the distant history of our community center because the building is not landmarked. It was very important to the creation of Chicago's public lakefront. The building is in fact the core of what was once Clarendon Municipal Bathing Beach, which was the first giant public beach facility built by the city of Chicago. And when Lincoln Park was extended in the 1930s under the WPA and the PWA, the community center became landlocked, and successive remodelings and partial demolition later made the former beach facility hard to recognize. The facility was originally created through both civic and community effort to ensure public access to the lakefront. The background is I had sent in some notes from our Open House Chicago docent list, and I'll just keep it brief. The public bathing beach movement began in the 1890s, and in 1905, the Special Parks Commission began studying beach facilities in other cities. Meanwhile, in what is today Eastern Uptown, there was a heated dispute about Wilson Beach, which was a private beach establishment located where Weiss Hospital is today. Neighbors formed what they called a protective association and fought the permits for the private beach, both in court and with a petition of over 1,100 signatures. Importantly, this neighborhood protective association adopted a resolution calling on the city to build public beaches. That resolution later dovetailed with efforts by Charles Wacker and the newly created Plan Commission to create an extensive public park with public beaches along Chicago's coast. And obviously there's a lot of nuance to that history, but the long and short of it is that the SPC began acquiring the Clarendon site in 1913 and opened the massive bathing beach facility in 1916. Clarendon was extolled in the press as one of Chicago's two greatest civic achievements, and it drew 1 million visitors in its first summer season. We thought that this information would be helpful because the Plan Commission actually, it was their proof of concept for the public lakefront. I also wanted to quickly share how much we appreciated the process that we underwent with the Chicago Park District after initial blip where there was discussion of demolishing the current building, which is very important to so many people as our community center. We felt that the process was model, and we valued this district's responsiveness and the detailed collaboration. Going forward, we think that's the kind of thing we'd love to see as part of the Lakefront Protection Ordinance proceedings. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information.
Wow, that was really great. Thank you so much for that history and for your thoughts about that. And we really appreciate when people share with us perspective on these various projects. So thank you, Ms. Eckner. That was really helpful. Now we have item D4, Butler Adams, followed by Steve Simmons.
I'm sorry about speaking out of turn, but last time I think the agenda items are a different order. What address is this?
Item D, item D4 is
Elston Avenue.
Okay, yeah, the online agenda is a different order. So okay. For the Elston one, nothing.
Just sorry to interrupt, Butler. One quick thing. In future, because I noticed this with all your submittals, don't use what's posted on the page. Make sure you actually click on the agenda. Okay. That's at the bottom.
Okay.
Because the agenda actually lists them in the correct order. That's
okay. My apologies then. For the record, my name is Butler Adams. I'm speaking on 1838 North Elston. Nothing specific about this particular proposal other than it's better than anything else nearby. Elston is like one of the ugliest streets in Chicago, and I'm not necessarily in love with the particular design, but it certainly is an improvement as to what's there right now. You're gonna have some taller towers of Lincoln Yards right across the street from this. So personally, I don't see why this particular project wasn't taller or denser, but I'll certainly take what I can get. Now, I will say that I hope that the people who live in this building in the north facing units don't become NIMBYs, because there is a one-story building under script just north of this proposal, which I can certainly see being torn down and redeveloped in the future. So I do think it's key that the residents make sure that they know that this is a developing area and whatever view they have is not protected. That's about it regarding this particular proposal.
Thank you. Steve Simmons. Mr. Simmons is not here? All right, Butler Adams, let me go to you for item D6.
If Simmons is here, Mr. Simmons, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Cordova, members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a membership-based neighborhood economic development organization. For nearly 40 years, we've helped businesses get started, grow, and thrive. North Branch Works opposes the zoning change proposal at 1838 North Elston. From heavy manufacturing to neighborhood mixed use and residential plan development, this zoning change request is not consistent with the goals of the North Branch Framework Plan, whose primary objective is to maximize the North Branch as an economic and vital job center. 1838 North Elston is in the heart of our service area. Changing the zoning here would break up a block of properties zoned for manufacturing, which is incredibly valuable and supports equitable neighborhoods. Manufacturing jobs pay family-sustaining wages without requiring advanced degrees. And many industrial businesses near 1838 North Elston, like Sippy Metals, Howe Corporation, Vin Chicago, O'Brien Metal, and Chicago Roof Deck and Garden, have worked hard for many years to create a successful business environment. The area has experienced great success because companies could plan for and rely upon compatible surrounding land uses. It's easy to see this proposal as one land parcel, but we've already seen an alarming trend of the reduction of industrial property along the North Branch. At the same time, the industrial real estate market is booming. We want to see Chicago take advantage of it by having available properties like this one. We would also like to see industry spread across the city so that one part doesn't disproportionately experience environmental impacts. And that means we have to preserve the remaining industrial properties that we have along the North Branch. We would be happy to work with Alderman Waxpack and the property owner to attract a business that complies with the current zoning. We ask the Plan Commission to support businesses on Elston Avenue by denying the zoning change request at 1838 North Elston. In the future, we would like to see the Plan Commission consider any industrial conversion within the context of the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Adams, again on items D6 and D7. Go ahead and unmute yourself and start speaking, please.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is Butler Adams, and I am speaking right now for the 210 North Aberdeen Street proposal. This is one of the first projects kind of north of Lake Street to turn residential after that ban was kind of lifted earlier this year of no residential north of Lake Street in the Fulton Market area. So this is one of the first proposals. This particular site had been proposed for, I believe, like an office building and kind of a tech incubator. And now we have gone to residential. So I really have no problem with this project at all. In terms of the site, it is kind of an oddly shaped site, and the building is, I don't know, it's just because of the shape of the building, it's kind of an L shape. To me, it just seems kind of wide and visually overwhelming. So personally, because you know, I love tall buildings. I wish the project was half as wide and twice as tall and have one of those parcels used as green space, but I do know that there's another proposal further west coming to you all probably in about 6 to 8 months with half that site going to be a green space. So it is what it is. But I like the fact that this proposal is preserving some of the historic buildings in the area. And it's going to be a nice fit with all the changes that's happening in this particular portion of the West Loop. So I support this proposal. Thank you.
Next item. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Okay, I believe this is for the 1150 West Lake Street project by LG Development. So this has come to you all before. I believe it came like a year and a half ago, and I supported the project then. At that time, again, the portion that was north of Lake Street was to be a roughly 12-story office component that has now switched to a 19-story residential, and I am in favor of this project. I would say that we need to start looking at a lot of the kind of east-west oriented buildings in this area just because of shade and shadow effect. So they should be taller and thinner so that the towers themselves act more like a sundial and not create an overwhelming shadow. In terms of the southern portion of the site, which really hasn't changed all that much, still 330 feet. I mentioned this to the developers before at their most recent meeting. I do believe that the western part of System B on the southern quadrant should be placed atop System C, the tower, just to make it more visually prominent. But otherwise, I think it's a nice project. It's going to add certainly a lot of more pedestrian density in the area. And well, the West Loop is not what it was back in the 80s. It's no longer Skid Row, and it's no longer a meat packing facility. It's now changing as part of downtown. So I'm in favor of this change. I'm in favor of this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead and speak on item D8 as well.
I think this is going to be the 1000M project. So once again, name is Butler Adams. I'm in favor of this proposal for 1000M, the Helmut Jahn project. Again, this project has come before you all already. Construction on this project actually started and stopped due to COVID and the fact that it was hard to obtain financing because of the condo component, and now they're going all rental. So I did write a letter in support of this project. I am in favor of this project. Previous was and still am. I have been following this project now since at least 2015 when they had a joint meeting between this project and the Essex. The Essex has been built. It's 100% rental. This project has not, and it's been kind of languishing. So the site right now is kind of a mess, and I would like to see construction re-begin. This project has gone through numerous iterations and height changes. It was originally proposed at over 1,000 feet, then 832, and now 805. It does certainly fit within the area. You're going to have a number of rental units. Just south of this project, you have the brand new NEMA building, which has 800 units. So this project is certainly not out of context, nor is it out of proportion with the area. And I am in favor of this project. Certainly rest in peace to the architect of the architecture firm, Helmut Jahn from Jahn Architects, who passed away about a month ago from a very bad accident. So certainly that. And I was reading through a number of the comments posted regarding this project. Now I see the same thing repeated over and over and over again from the 9-10 people about how this project is going to take 3 years to construct. Let's do remember it is a 73-story tall building, and normally projects of this size take about 30 to 36 months for construction. The foundation work is already done, so now the vertical ascent is what's going to happen next. So I can certainly understand the neighbors' concern with vibrations and stuff like that, but this is a project that did start construction and was previously proposed. I don't know if there were any complaints about the height. I do know that about several years ago in the Michigan Avenue Historic District, you can build something of roughly 900 feet. This building is 805, so it is in context. Certainly neighborhood groups and neighborhood plans don't put any height limits on buildings and have no authority to do so. Otherwise, I am in favor of this project. It is certainly a long time coming. Again, I've been following this iteration for the past 6 years, and even 15 years ago, I was following a proposal for this particular site. So it's been empty for a long time. And And it's going to be certainly an improvement on the skyline once it's completed. So I support this project, and I hope you all do too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson on item D8. And when you're ready, just go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the president and executive director of the Near South Planning Board, non-for-profit organization serving the businesses, institutions, and property owners on the Chicago's Near South Side. I'm here today to speak on the project located at 920 1006 South Michigan and 1011 1015 South Wabash. In 2016, your South Planning Board spent many meetings reviewing the proposal brought forth by the developers of 1000 South Michigan. The property is located in the historic Michigan Boulevard district, and at that time consisted of the construction of a 73-story condominium tower with a total height of 832 feet, with 506 units, 486 parking spaces, and retail on the ground floor. At that time, Near South Planning Board offered its support of this unique, elegantly designed building by world-renowned architect Helmut John, and I too echo rest in peace from Mr. John. Earlier this year, however, the development team came before the Near South Planning Board requesting support of an amendment to the plan development as they seek to increase the number of dwelling units over and above what was permitted under the existing PD. Plans have changed from a condo building to a rental building, adding additional 232 more units for a total of 738 units. It is our understanding that of those units, 23 affordable units will be on site. The height of the building will be reduced to 805, keeping the design relatively intact. The applicants have eliminated the ground floor retail space and have reduced the number of parking spaces to 320. While we had many discussions regarding these issues, we understand the hardship and challenges caused by this pandemic and appreciate the efforts made by the developer to continue to bring this project to fruition. As such, Near South Planning Board does not have any objection to the plan development amendment. Near South Planning Board finds that the project still fits in aesthetically in the historic Michigan Avenue district and will add to its vitality. Therefore, Near South Planning Board wholeheartedly supports the amendment to the Plan Development 23 and recommends approval by the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That concludes the list of those who completed speaking forms, and we're here to testify. So thank you to all of you for the time that you took. For the record, I want to note that Commissioners Biaggi and Novata have joined us. Now, next on the agenda.
Sorry, Chairwoman, this is Kamal. I have Commissioner Grossman in attendee, and
I'm just getting ready to do that. If you could, oh, you're saying adding her to the list. Okay.
I'm trying to promote her. Commissioner Grossman, you have to click on allow to be a panelist.
Thanks, Kamal. I've tried several times as well.
Thank
There
you.
you go. She's coming in now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Kamal. I really appreciate it. And thank you. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 under the TIF plan update, item number 1 under acquisition, and items 1 through 4 under the disposition heading?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Seconded by
Commissioner
Kelly.
Commissioner Kelly. Thank you. Okay, again, we'll do the roll call vote. Commissioners Biaggi,
Yes.
Brumfeld, I think is still not made it. Burnett? Cordova is a yes.
Yes, Alderman Burnett is yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Grossman, did you get into? vote?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry.
That's okay. We're glad you made it. Commissioner Lyons.
And I've been here all the time. I didn't realize I was in mute. I apologize.
Nope, it's okay. Thanks to our wonderful tech support, we got you in.
Excellent.
Commissioner
I
Lyons.
thank you.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Reyes,
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Shaw is a yes, made the motion.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagenscott.
Yes.
Did I get you, Commissioner Nevada? Commissioner Nevada?
Miss me, I'm a yes.
Okay. All right, fantastic, thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago zoning ordinance. First item on the agenda is D1, resolution recommending the approval and subsequent adoption of the Equitable Transit-Oriented Development, ETOD, policy plan. The recommendations of the policy plan are intended to guide future growth around transit. The plan boundaries are congruent with city limits and therefore affects all wards. Nina Idemudia will present the plan overview.
I think I pushed the wrong button. Good morning, everyone. All right. So good morning, commissioners. My name is Nina Idemudia. I am an assistant commissioner with the Department of Planning and Development. Today, I am here to discuss the proposed CPC adoption of Chicago's first ever citywide equitable transit-oriented development, or ETOD, policy plan. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague Juan Sebastian Arrayas, who is the Deputy Director of Policy for the Office of the Mayor. He is the lead for the citywide ETOD policy team, and he is here to help answer any questions that you may have after my presentation. The ETOD policy plan proposes policy actions to advance the city's desegregation, wealth building, public health, and climate resiliency goals. It does this by outlining recommendations related to increasing walkability, the creation of mixed-use buildings, affordable housing, and accessible development near transit throughout the city, with emphasis on communities of color on our south, southwest, and west sides of the city. The plan also emphasizes preventing displacement and promoting affordability in the north and northwest sides of the city. In order to see these goals come to fruition, several city departments work together with community stakeholders to create a policy plan that illustrates the city's commitment to equitable development. These departments include the Department of Planning, the Department of Housing, the Department of Transportation, CTA, MOPD, and CDPH. Before we move into the substance of the plan, I want to quickly define what we mean by ETOD. Equitable transit-oriented development is development that enables all people, regardless of income, race, ethnicity, age, gender, migration status, or ability, to experience the benefits of dense, mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented development near transit hubs. ETOD is both a process and a type of development that can help us realize a vision of a city that no longer concentrates poverty and racially segregates people from socioeconomic opportunity, where structural racism no longer is manifested in city policies, programs, or investments, and where people's race or zip code no longer determine their health outcomes, potential to build wealth, or access to opportunity. This policy plan is more timely than ever because preferences for urban living are increasing demand for housing and commercial space near transit stations, but we are not seeing equitable TOD activity or its benefits throughout the city. This policy plan is important because it helps attack multiple crises that we're currently immersed in: climate change, racial justice, public health, jobs, the economy, with a single guiding document that will influence other policy decisions throughout the city. Without an explicit equity framework, lower income people near rapid transit will be displaced or will be continued to be excluded from the benefits already occurring throughout the city. Now I will offer a bit of background on how we got to this point. In January of 2019, the city adopted a TOD ordinance update that included ETOD strategies and enabled the city to move forward with this policy plan. This was with the help of Elevated Chicago. From there, the ETOD policy plan, ETOD was incorporated into Mayor Lightfoot's administration transition plan when she was later elected that year. Since that time, the ETOD working group, which is made up of city officials and community members, has expanded from 10 people to over 80 people. In 2020, we spent that time creating and socializing the plan with various community groups. In September of that year, the plan was released in its draft form for public comment for 45 days. You can see all of the feedback as well as the summary of key themes received in Exhibit B in your packets. Here is also a short summary on the screen of the amount of comments we got back and from who. That feedback was incorporated into the final version of the plan you see today, which is publicly accessible on the city's website and is Exhibit A in your packets. This year, the city, in partnership with Elevated Chicago and members of the ETOD work group, plan to launch a call for community-based ETOD projects with funding from the Chicago Community Trust, Partners for Places, and Enterprise Community Partners. We also plan to, if this plan is adopted today, plan to continue to make strides towards implementation. Since the adoption of the original TOD ordinance, we have been tracking the development that throughout the city that sees TOD benefits. And as you can see on the map on the right, almost 90% of the projects that we tracked between 2016 and 2020 are all concentrated on the North, Northwest, West Loop, or downtown neighborhoods. In order to help distribute these benefits more equitably, the ETOD policy plan has over 40 policy recommendations that are organized into 3 strategic priorities. The strategic priorities include building the city's capacity for ETOD, making ETOD required, easier, and more equitable, and embedding ETOD principles into Chicago's citywide planning process. You can see on the screen, there is an illustrative of some of the bullet points from the policy plan. This, again, there's over 40. This is just a highlight of that, but you can see that all in Exhibit A. And you may be wondering, what does ETOD look like? So here is an excerpt from an illustrative guide that's actually on the ETOD city website, just to help folks understand what does ETOD look like in my community. And so some of the things I'll just call out in this photo looks like green, climate-friendly, fully accessible infrastructure, locally owned businesses that build wealth for Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, affordable housing near public transit, streets, sidewalks, and paths that encourage exploration, promote health, and promote safety, and multimodal options, and much, much more. Here are some real life examples throughout the city of Chicago of some of the interactive crosswalks and open dining. Here are some illustrative projects of housing types and multi-use types that we have seen throughout the city or will see. Particularly, I want to give you an example of a project that you know very well and was mentioned earlier today, which is the Emmett Street project. It was a project that you all approved and is one of the key examples of how ETOD works within the city. This is located in Logan Square, where we see a lot of displacement of low-income folks because it's close to transit. And this project, again, was a big win for ETOD policy within the city, even though the ETOD policy plan didn't already exist. So just imagine if these guiding principles were there already to help facilitate more projects like this coming forward. So the Department of Planning and Development recommends that the ETOD policy plan be adopted by this body. CPC adoption of the ETOD policy plan will formally affirm the city and the mayor's commitment to ETOD policy. It will promote transparency and accountability. It will raise awareness with a broader array of stakeholders. And it will also support future ordinance changes. Please refer to my staff report and attached exhibits for further details on the policy plan. Myself and Juan Sebastian are here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from commissioners? I have one while I'm waiting for hands to go up. Oh, let me go ahead and go to Commissioner Novato first.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Nina, for the great presentation. And I do want to add my thanks to her, to the mayor's office, to Juan Sebastian Arias, and to our team here at Department of Housing and others, lots of others throughout the city that have been working on this. I think it's such an important philosophy for us as the city to recognize the importance of land near transit as special and different, and that it is where we do concentrate density, it's where we reduce parking, and it's where we focus affordability to the greatest extent possible. And on a personal note, it's incredibly gratifying to see us get to this point when in my previous work, I was part of helping form Elevated Chicago. And I want to say that from this side, from the seat that I'm in now, this is a group that has really locked arms with the city and pushed us to do better. So the distinction I'll make here is that I think it's easy to critique government and usually justified to critique government in the things that we're not doing well. I think that what I've so appreciated about Elevated Chicago and the web of relationships that they have throughout communities is that they have not stopped at saying, hey guys, here's where you're falling short. They've said, and we're actually going to link arms with you and do the messy work of trying to work with you to get it to be better. And that's a more unusual arrangement and is so welcome. I'm personally really grateful for it. I know many of my colleagues around the city would say the same. And they are helping us do a better job of our job. And so I want to thank Elevated Chicago and all of the community-based partners, all of the work. And I think you even see that in the public comment today, the work that a group like Logan Square Neighborhood Association, when I was the age of the young people that testified today, I didn't even know this sort of public forum existed to have an opinion or to present it. And so the kind of work that they are doing to help engage people in their communities in this way is just invaluable to us as in the seat that I'm in now. So I'm very excited for this plan. I'm excited for the role that the Department of Housing can play in implementing it, and very grateful to our partners. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wagesbuck.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just had a couple of questions on it. I think it's a good approach to, doing a new policy approach that I think will transform the city. So the first question I had was, how did the city engage sister agencies and others that actually own some of the land around these, for instance, a Blue Line station? And what input did they provide, or proactive approach did they provide to helping implement these policies? That was the first question.
And I can jump in. Hi, I'm Juan Sebastian Arias with the Mayor's Office, as Nina mentioned earlier. So CTA in particular has been involved, or a member of the ETOD work group. I believe since its inception, and definitely over the course of 2020, when we were starting to really get into the more details of the recommendations that are included in this. In more recent, as of this year, the working group has expanded also to include Metra and PACE, which also operates some higher frequency bus service in a few parts of the city. So that has been their involvement. I believe a full list of the work group members should be in the full policy plan report too. And then I'll just note as well that one of the outcomes, or I don't know if we can say directly because of this engagement, but earlier this year, CTA did put out an RFP for a property that I think was mentioned earlier in the public comment as well, where they did prioritize ETOD for the sale or reuse of one of their properties too. That's just one example.
Yeah, I think that took that's 2525 Kedzie, which was mentioned. We've been my office has pushed back on the plans that they put out several years ago, and then came back, with some new plans that don't really fully encompass, I think, the ETOD. I think they do in terms of what maybe one or two developers have proposed, but not with a formal commitment to follow through on those. And I know that's an RFP, but it just seems to me that the CTA, Metra don't really look forward thinking wise on these projects. And I just want to make sure that we're holding them accountable, as we've tried to do over the years when it comes to implementing this. My other question on that is, can this be used retroactively to go back and look at projects, for instance, Lincoln Yards, that sort of sticks out like a sore thumb, that sort of claimed it was oriented toward this kind of policy, but turns this kind of policy actually on its head? Can we use it to go back and make changes to those types of developments that will really put the city on a bad footing for decades to come, and really undermine a lot of what this plan could do?
So one note, I do want to say that in Appendix A of the plan, you can see a full list of the membership. I would just want to shout that out before I forget. For the second part of your question pertaining to retroactively, I'm not, and I'm sure our zoning administrator could speak to this a little bit more, but I'm not sure how much leverage we have to go back retroactively, which is why it's so critical that we have a policy plan in place that kind of gives us the framework to, from this day forward, and having a little bit more leverage and changing and having like more requirements in our ordinances, or giving more direction to our planners or to different agencies as to how to move forward with this development, because we do lose a lot of advancement for equity by not having these types of policies on the books already.
Nina, I can help with that. This is Noah. Patrick had to step away for another call momentarily. So Alderman and Commissioner, we don't have a way to legally enforce this as a document. However, with a development like Lincoln Yards or even the 78, they have to come back at several intervals back to the department for reviews for site plan approvals or for potentially amendments. And certainly this document would be a review criteria document that the department would use when the department looks at those future proposals. So it would be added to the list of things that we're reviewing against for criteria at that time.
Yeah, that's good to hear, Noah. That's kind of what I was aiming toward, to see if on those individual pieces as they come back that we're applying this, and not saying, not letting the developer say, well, we got something several years ago and that's all we're going with. But it's good to hear that we would try to apply this approach to each one of those individual parcels. Appreciate it.
And just one point of clarification on that too is obviously it wouldn't change the entitlements. We couldn't change the bulk, the density,
Yeah.
entitlements are granted. But how they apply those would certainly be subject to this policy.
Yeah, and when I say it undermines, when we look at the type of issue here of moving an entire city to the Lincoln Yards area, which was the plan from the beginning for the developer, unless we're as forceful as we can be with this, we're still in a bad, I think we're still in a bad position. That's my opinion. I think you know that going back, but I just want to make sure that we're able to use this as best we can as we move forward, both on, projects that are sister agency owned or otherwise. So I appreciate you guys putting the effort into
Absolutely.
this.
And
Thank
I
you,
think
Chairman.
having this policy plan on the books like that way, when projects come to us in conception, we have something from the jump and don't have to work with an ordinance that is already kind of baked.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Appreciate it.
Before I call on you, Commissioner Fox, I'm gonna stay with Commissioner Wagenspock's line of questioning. I've got a couple of things I want to ask. One is I know that in our packets, we get the list of the policies and we get, the appendices and so on that you're referring to. So first question to you, Noah, did the public have access to all that?
This entire presentation as shown is online. And then there's also a separate website that I believe Juan had shared before, is that it's on the city's major website. All of our community input and our community meeting timeline, and all of this information is there accessible to the public.
And the policies that, and so on.
That's correct. Yep.
They're all there.
But since it wasn't presented here, I think it's important for the record. That can you please either put up a slide or state I know there's 40 something, but I still think that it's important for the record that we know what those policies are.
I do have some back of pocket slides that go more in depth. It doesn't capture every single policy recommendation, but it does highlight more than
Nina,
work
can you
that
just
will.
put the one on with the website? I think that's what the chairwoman is asking, so that somebody can copy down or take the website and be able
Well,
to go.
yes, and also what she's showing right now too.
Perfect. Okay.
Because here is one thing I just, even if I didn't have questions, I think it's important for the public to see and for it to be on the public record of the Plan Commission meeting itself, the essence and the real meat, no offense to vegans, of this plan. So, because as, for example, as Commissioner Novata pointed out, this is a philosophy to recognize the importance of land near transit. And as Commissioner Wagesbach pointed out, it's a policy approach. And yet we had a whole set of speakers, particularly the young folks, talk to us about how this is going to stem the tide of gentrification and displacement. And, you know, in most places across the country, what we've seen with transit-oriented development has been more displacement and more gentrification. And of course, what you're trying to do by adding the E to this is saying that there's some equitability that you're seeking here. But what I guess I want to know is, and I'm glad you're putting up these list of policies, but I want to know how the policies and policy recommendations, and you can speak about how they're going to be implemented and who's going to implement them and so on. But I guess what I really want to hear in really explicit terms is the connection between this philosophy, policy approach, and the explicit belief that by the people who spoke that this is going to stem displacement. How will these policies stem displacement?
Juan Sebastian, do you want to?
Yeah, I can begin to respond, and then also just because I know you mentioned or asked about the website, I'll just say the website out loud too for everyone to know. You can find the full policy plan and all the materials that have been mentioned at chi.gov/ETOD. So again, that's chi.gov/ETOD. And then Chair, to your questions, I think, Nina, if you go back one slide, or whoever's controlling the slides.
It's me.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe some of these, I'm trying to see which one will speak to it more explicitly, but I think one caveat before going into a lot of the recommendations that are included in the policy plan, we still have to go through a process to define the specifics and to get into that level of detail. Some of the specific strategies that are recommendations that are related to preventing displacement are more in the housing affordability side. So there is one recommendation that is focused on exploring ways to streamline or incentivize greater affordability near transit. There are some recommendations related to building in ETOD preferences into existing funding sources, such as the Department of Housing's qualified allocation plan for how low-income housing tax credits are distributed across the city. So those are just a couple. One of the strategies that's actually on this slide too, that I think was also mentioned in the public comment earlier, is around recognizing the opportunity that city-owned vacant lots also represent in neighborhoods that are more disinvested, as particular opportunities to promote ETOD and to also stem the displacement that comes from disinvestment too.
That's really helpful, Juan. Thank you.
And I can add, with the policy plan being a guiding document, as employees throughout the city and our sister agencies, again, start seeing these projects as they come in the concept phase, as developers come to us, or we put out RFPs for our own projects, in Best Southwest. We have the citywide comprehensive plan coming up. This policy guide allows us as city employees to say, oh, there's guiding principles here, and this is how we should be implementing these guiding principles within our work. And it also gives us the leverage again to make ordinance changes which have more teeth, right? Where a guiding document is you should do, and in the ordinance changes that we're hoping to put forward after, if this is approved, is you must do these things. So it's kind of like the first step in making sure that we actually have teeth to hold people accountable, including ourselves.
It's good to know that you plan to take this forward and try to get some ordinances that stem from it. That's an important part to be stated. So that's helpful. Thank you both. Because this is great work, and it's important. And again, TODs often do result in displacement of people who've been in that community. And yet, I think the point that we heard from the young people was, and from the Elevate, for example, Chicago, right, is the notion that people of all incomes should be able to have access to transit-oriented development. And it is a great development strategy. So great work. Thank you very much. And continue to think about the importance of how the ordinances and how the policies and how the principles connect back to those larger goals. So appreciate it. Commissioner Cox, followed by Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you. I've been enjoying the discussion, and thank you, Juan Sebastian and Nina Mundia for leading this effort on behalf of our departments. I think it's important to underscore that in many ways, this effort to put equity attached to TOD is a very conscious effort to course correct after years of how we've seen the developers interpret transit-oriented development that did not lead to equitable, inclusive growth. So it's really important to finally have public policy catch up to what are emerging trends. And we have to say that if our generation is going to be known for anything, it's going to be known for equity. And that is structuring both the citywide conversation we're having in We Will, and we need to make sure that we actually have public policy to hold up when these projects come before the Plan Commission. And so, it's moving away from single use to mixed use. So when we see these underdeveloped sites near transit, we can say stop. That is against our public policy, and increase the density. And we've seen it already. I think I can count 5 or 6 projects in the past 18 months that the Department of Housing has supported that have a level of density that we haven't seen on the South and West Side in a very, very long time. And it is anchored by a wide range of affordability. So, I think that our partners in CTA and Metra, we need to really work hard so that they too see their infrastructure as a driver for equity, and not just ridership, but people's access to transit. And so we now have, with hopefully the adoption of this policy, the tools we need to go to Metra and to go to CTA, and every time we see a development opportunity, we can push for greater equity. So I'm just excited to see public policy follow grassroots organizing. And I think, Chairman, as you pointed, it's really amazing to see young people coming to a Plan Commission and finding their civic voice. They are rehearsing, they are future leaders. They are keeping their ears to the ground as to issues that we should be brought to our attention. So Elevated Chicago is a big part of that. I have to thank them. I think when I came into my role, more or less at the same time as Commissioner Navarra. They were already organized. They handed us this effort, and they have been steadfast in their determination to move the city to greater equity. So I'm just thrilled to see public policy shaped in that way, and just thank everyone for the role you've played in bringing us here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to echo the comments in terms of valuing the work that has been done to this point, because I think what everybody has said, this is a significant policy change that comes through years of hard work from grassroots groups, because we, in some cases, lost significant opportunities to develop more affordable housing. So I truly appreciate the direction that we're going, and I appreciate these, policy, philosophical framework. I just want to learn more about what the next steps are, because I think it is important that we get to the nitty-gritty, to the specifics of how this is going to, specifically when a project comes in front of these different departments, how they're going to be treated in terms of achieving the goals that we want with the TOD. Emmett is a great example. Proud to have worked on that project a couple of years ago and to see that it's being built. And I think that should be the model in terms of the level of affordability and the support, the financial support that is needed, along with the support from the community. The entire community of Logan Square fought really hard for that project. So I'm anxious to know what the next steps are in terms of how the specifics of these policy framework is going to become reality.
Thank you for everyone's comments. And Commissioner Reyes, again, just to emphasize your last point there, I think that's now your next challenge. This is obviously great work and very important, but how do you make it then implementable? And so what are the indicators? What are going to be the sort of things that get measured, they get examined and measured when considering a given project? And obviously you're going to have to do that when it comes down to ordinance level. So that'll be your fun next step.
I was gonna say, we do actually have some firm next steps. Juan Sebastian, do you just want to go through some? So some of them, of course, are gonna come. We have the, if it's adopted today, then we have a little bit more, oomph. We get a second pass to like, okay, let's go forward. But I think Juan Sebastian can go through some of the things we already have lined up.
I think we'd appreciate it, and I think so would the public.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's important for the record too, I think.
Agreed. So the first place to start, I think, is this pilot program, which I think Nina also mentioned or referenced in the presentation too. So in the next week, we're looking to announce and launch and open up an application process to support up to 10 community-driven ETOD pilot projects that would be opportunities to demonstrate what this policy plan looks like on the ground. So we will, as a part of that program, we are partnering with, again, our partners at Elevated Chicago, Enterprise Community Partners, and other members of the ETOD work group to provide mini grants to pilot projects that would support, that would help enhance different equity components of their proposals. In addition to that, we will also be committing as a city and then also as across the other members of the ETOD working group to provide other forms of technical assistance to help these project sponsors navigate city processes, help make connections to funding, opportunities, etc. And we don't know exactly what those pilot projects will be right now, given that we will be going through an open application process. But that is one concrete next step that we're very excited to be sharing. In addition to that, I'll just note two more parts of our implementation plan. So one is that we are this working group, which was originally formed to help write and co-develop these recommendations. We are continuing to convene this group to monitor and support implementation ongoing. So that working group has expanded to include a few additional members and perspectives, such as Metra that I mentioned earlier. And we'll be meeting on a quarterly basis as well. And then the other piece I want to mention too is also something Nina referenced earlier around how we're starting to now go through the process of identifying how different components of this policy plan would translate into some actual ordinance changes too. So those are a few of the priority short-term priorities. So there are probably a couple more too.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Commissioner Lyons, followed by Commissioner Grossman.
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation, and to everyone. It's all the hard work that went into this and is continuing. One thing that sort of caught my eye that I was hoping maybe someone could speak to a little bit more is in the in the embedding of ETOD principles into Chicago's citywide planning process. There's a note about racial and health assessment of land use. I was wondering if someone could talk a little bit about what are the components of that, and frankly, is that something that would be come before us as the Plan Commission as we're looking and reviewing projects? I mean, frankly, I think that would be great to have as we're looking at projects in the future too. So.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit too, and thanks for the question. So currently, there is work underway to develop a racial and health equity impact assessment tool. That is one that does not currently, as far as I know, currently exist. There are certainly health equity assessment tools or health impact assessment tools, and also racial equity assessment tools that exist. Our colleagues at the Department of Public Health are currently working to develop, to merge those two together and to develop a health and racial equity assessment toolkit. That's a lot of words and letters. But so that is a little bit of background on the development of that toolkit. I think I have not seen other cities actually apply something like that yet to their zoning code. I've seen some examples where they've looked at health impacts or where they've tried to do racial equity impacts too. And so that recommendation is definitely probably further down the line, just given the work that would need to go into place to develop the tool and then be able to apply it to this context too. But I think it's a very good suggestion to think about how that can be incorporated once it's developed into some of the reviews and decisions that are brought to Plan Commission.
I'm going to call it. Thank you very much, Juan Sebastian. Commissioner Grossman was next, but Commissioner Novata, are you going to speak to that directly?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Just a quick comment to the commissioner's question. Another example of what you're asking about and what Juan Sebastian was talking about is a racial equity impact assessment, and an example of the way that work can speak to the ETOD work is that earlier this year, the Department of Housing completed a racial equity impact assessment of our low-income housing tax credit program, or our affordable rental housing units. And one of the things after doing this assessment and asking questions about our data by race that we came away with was that in our next call for proposals, which is out right now, we are stating explicitly some goals around our preferences around developers and development teams, including BIPOC-led companies and joint ventures and substantial partnerships with those companies. And we speak to the importance of development near transit and the incorporation of local culture in those developments and so on. So the work, we hope, this is an example of how we are already incorporating that and intend to continue to really double down on that in the future.
That's really helpful. That's really great. And also to highlight something you said earlier, how important and how valuable, and big kudos to you all for the work and the collaboration, for example, with not only neighbors in the area generally, but with the Elevated Chicago. I know this is something that they have really taken on. How we develop transit development, oriented development is one of their their priorities, and the fact that they had an opportunity to really be involved to help bring their expertise and their passion to this project, I think was really, really a notable aspect of this success. So big kudos. And it's an example of how a product can really reflect a process, and how we can end up with a better quality product when we involve people like that in our work. So congratulations on that as well. Commissioner Grossman, followed by Commissioner Cox.
I have a question about how do we let the Chicago public know what we're doing in non-wonky talk? I mean, is this something we want known? And if so, how are we going to do it so people can understand and see how exciting it is and what the impact on new communities and new people moving and old people staying? Because we talk very wonky talk, and I don't know that people really know what the Department of Planning does, and maybe it's better that they don't. Thank you.
That's a great point, right? And so specific to, I think, the West Southwest has certainly got a lot of publicity, but I'm wondering if you all do have a plan to when this gets to this. I guess you're going to go to City Council, Nick. When it gets to this this stage here, are you all going to do some things to get the public aware of this? Do you have some plans for that?
Yes.
So Commissioner, I mean, I might just add, because actually my question or my comment is consistent with the question that was raised by my fellow commissioner. There is a gap between advocates who are really spending the time to learn this and talk about the benefits, and policymakers who understand it, again, kind of holistically, and Mrs. Harris down the street, who has a single family house and has owned her house for 50 years and doesn't understand why we would be crowding people up along the transit corridor. And so we have a lot of work to do to make sure that communities on all parts of our city understand the benefits of having access to transit, of assuring multiple housing options. And I think it's one of the things that Elevated Chicago could best do for us, is to help us develop tools to break this down and explain it to ordinary folk who live in our communities. We were at a workshop last night in Auburn Gresham trying to advocate for a mixed income, higher density development just 2 blocks away from a metro station. And residents were just not there yet. They are approaching this question from their own lived experience, and they don't understand why so many people should be living in so little area. So I just would encourage us to figure out how we develop more tools to explain this to ordinary folks in all parts of the community. And to that, I'm thankful that Elevated Chicago is there, and they've agreed to be a partner, but there are many, many other venues and vehicles with which we can give people deep learning as to why the city is adopting this policy and why their neighborhoods will benefit from it. I don't know, Nina or Juan Sebastian, if you have more details about what we're going to do to get people comfortable with the idea of equitable transit-oriented development.
Yeah, and I'm sure Juan Sebastian will chime in about some more specifics, but all the commissioners who are bringing this up are absolutely correct. It's one thing to put a policy on words on paper and put it out, but it's another thing to actually work with the community to help them understand why this is a good policy direction and will benefit them. What I have on the screen is one example of a poster that was actually created for the ETOD website. And if you print it, it's much larger, but it's just like one illustrative way that anybody could come in, read this, and kind of get a sense of what ETOD benefits look like. What does it look like, in action, instead of just trying to imagine it? And then also, the ETOD working group being made up of 80 plus partners is really, really important. One, for the construction of the plan up until this point, having all of those different community groups from all over the city having voices and including that into the plan. But then also, if this is adopted by CPC, then going back out and having the ability to say, okay, like we can do some non-project specific education, and having our partners being able to do that on the city's behalf is something that we hope to continue. And, to a comment earlier about building the capacity of the city and allocating resources, which means allocating money and budgets and things like that in order to make sure that we can actually implement these things is something that it was a concern that Elevated has. And we hope that adopting this policy plan by the CPC today will help to incorporate or prioritize those things when it comes to resources, staff time, grants, things like that. And the ETOD pilot program is one aspect of that. And think, if we had more resources, how much more of that we could be doing with the community, right? Not for the community. I'm sure Juan Sebastian has more to add.
Nina, can I jump in there too? I want to add a clarification to answer the chairwoman's question about where this sort of goes next and what the process is. So chairwoman, for this particular item today, the Plan Commission is the decision-making party here. With an affirmation today, the department would adopt this as a policy, as a guiding principle that we then now use and apply to our reviews going forward.
Okay.
If there were ordinance changes or specific changes that come as a part of this policy that need to be adopted, those would be separate actions that would then legislatively happen through the Committee on Zoning and the City Council.
Okay. Well, thank you, Noah. That's really super helpful, and I think speaks even more so to the importance of this conversation, which I think we're about to wrap up. I do want to.
Could I say one more thing?
Please go ahead.
I think until people know what ETOD means and some of the other jargon that we're passing around, we have to figure out now how it's going to be approached, what the role of the mayor should be. And the mayor should be involved at some level, or the mayor's office in this. These are very exciting, interesting. They're going to cause some people trouble, but they're going to cause more people to be proud of the city that they live in. I mean, we are just so wonky on this and using verbiage that most people have no idea what we're talking about.
So I think in the beginning, the wonkiness to which I think Commissioner Grossman is referring is even the phrase itself, transit-oriented development, right? So
right.
Obviously,
that's a real sexy. That's a sexy word. Though success, those are not words that people can follow. I mean, we have to think about where do we want to be in a year and how do we get there.
So part of it is, I think this is the part where the quote unquote educating folks on maybe what the term is, what it can mean and so on. This image is a wonderful image. And I think there's a lot of possibilities in how this image could be used to help make ETODs not something that maybe planners and community developers know about, but that everybody becomes familiar with. So I think a campaign that gets, that would get initiated to circulate this, and I'm sure that folks like Elevated Chicago would be key in helping with that as well. And look at all these young people too, right? That have knowledge about that. One of the things I wanted to mention before I forget, and I know I see Commissioner Shaw has her hand up, so I'm going to call on her, but I don't want to, a couple of things. One is, again, on this point about having involved community members, and again, particularly these young people, but I always get, everybody has a different perspective based on where they are. I always get a little nervous when we say the city has a holistic viewpoint and nobody else does, right? But and so I think, certainly there's a perspective that the city has that maybe others don't. And so any process that makes it possible for people to share their perspectives and develop an understanding of one another's perspectives adds to everybody's understanding, right? And so again, kudos to you guys for having involved so many people in this process. The other thing I want to not forget to tell you is there are some equitable TOD projects. They didn't call it ETODs, but there are equitable TODs that exist in other parts of the country that have been around literally for decades. And so I encourage you to look at some of those and some of their, some of what they did to make it happen, what the relationship was to the various municipalities, now having had 30, 40 years in some of these projects, what were some of the obstacles that they overcame? What were some of the difficulties? How did things morph? One in particular, and there would have been a time, can we put Commissioner Grossman on mute? Thank you. There might have been a time when I would have been slipped right off my tongue, the name of this group and the name of the project. For some reason, I'm blanking on it now, Los Años. But there's a group in Oakland, California, that developed a TOD. It has to be around 40 years ago, maybe only 30, but they've been around for a long time. It's a Latino organization that developed a project there. So I encourage you to look at some of the things that have done in the city. And again, because of that length of time that they've had those, they've had some time probably to reflect on what worked and what didn't, and what needs to be overcome. But a big kudos, you guys. This is just really, I agree with Commissioner Grossman. This is very exciting. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. I apologize for not being on screen also because I'm having some bandwidth issues today, but I just wanted to quickly chime in, and I'm really happy to see this come through. One thing we know, and it's not often talked about, is accessibility in terms of transit and the ability to move around. We talk a little bit about the development and sustainable development and having pedestrian neighborhoods and businesses and growth. But I think combined, this creates real opportunity for communities and for all of the people in the city. And I think that's really important. It's important for us to have that strong Chicago. We're all stronger together. So I'm really pleased to see this come through. I agree about some of the comments, maybe about, sort of I don't know if I agree with the term wonkiness, but a little bit of that, because it's hard to sort of unpack and understand what this means. But this is definitely something that's going to create value for everyone, regardless of who they are. And I think that's really important.
Great, thank you so much. There's also, I was just trying to look for the name. I know that the fruit, I think it's there it is, it's the Unity Council. It used to be, I think, the Latino Unity Council or the Spanish speaking Unity Council or something in Fruitvale in the Oakland area. And then there's also one in Los Angeles, the MacArthur Park TOD. So those are just a couple of examples for you to follow up on. Okay, with that, very exciting. Who wants to take the honor of making the motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Grossman.
Second by Commissioner Shaw.
That was Commissioner Novara.
Oh, that was you, Chris. Oh, that was the jump in. Okay, I thought it was Grossman. All right, I was like, that was a very enthusiastic. And if you want to make sure, you're probably really excited to see how Elevated Chicago is. Yeah, they've been doing great work. So Commissioner Nevada provides the motion, seconded by Commissioner Shaw. Where did my roll go? Okay, here we go. So on this very exciting plan, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Grossman. Oh, she's probably having trouble unmuting herself.
Yes.
Here she comes. All right. I knew we were going to get an enthusiastic yes from you. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Novada.
Yes.
That's enthusiastic. Yes. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. I think we have to, since she seconded, assume that's going to be a yes vote.
Yes. Did you get me? Yes.
Yeah, we got it now. Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Wagon.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney. Okay, we're having some audios there. We can come back and add that vote if we need to. All right, great. Congratulations. The motion passes. good work and keep going. This is awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is D3, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the Chicago Park District for the property generally located at 4501 North Clarendon Avenue. The property is zoned POS-2 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to renovate the existing Clarendon Community Center, of which we have this historical account provided to us this morning. The renovation involves accessibility improvements, a new roof and building, mechanicals, improvements in the interior finishes, and limited site improvements. Michael Berkshire will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, the Chicago Park District, is here today to request approval of a Lakefront Protection Ordinance application to renovate an existing Chicago Park District Community Center, including accessibility improvements, a new roof and building mechanicals, interior renovations, and limited site improvements. The subject property is generally located at 4501 North Clarendon. The uptown community area is predominantly white with 17.5% Black, 15.1% Latino, and 9.9% Asian. The largest age group is between 20 to 34 years old, and the median income is over $50,000, and 45% of the residents use public transportation to get to work. Construction of Clarendon Park was completed in 1916 and was considered one of the largest public bathhouses in the country at that time. In the 1930s, as part of the Chicago Park District's expansion of Lincoln Park, the shoreline of Lake Michigan was moved east, eliminating Clarendon's lake frontage, and the city converted the facility into a community center. In 1959, ownership of the facility was transferred to the Chicago Park District. The last major renovation occurred in 1972. As part of the 1972 renovation, the overall aesthetic was changed, eliminating corner towers and redefining the roof line. Today, Clarendon Community Center is an important community hub for Park District programs and activities. Clarendon Community Center is also home to the Garfield Clarendon Model Railroad Club, whose members operate and maintain an extensive layout on the ground floor of the building. The club offers open house hours for the community, as well as student programming, and is an important local cultural institution. This slide illustrates the renovation is limited to the building and a small amount of the site surrounding the community center. This is a screenshot of the facility showing its existing conditions. And here's a context plan showing the boundary of the site plan improvements. The surrounding land use is predominantly residential to the west, with a rather large PD 138 to the south and west at the corner of Montrose and Clarendon. Now I would like to pass it off to Heather Gleason with the Chicago Park District to go over the details of the proposed project.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. Heather Gleason, I'm the Director of Planning and Development for the Chicago Park District. And before I start, I would like to thank Michael Berkshire for all of his help, along with Noah and the DPD staff for getting us here today. And we would not be here today without the support of Alderman Kappelman and the Clarendon Park Advisory Council. We're very grateful that Melanie Eckner was able to present to you this morning. It really was a lengthy process that we went through to get us here. I also am joined by my colleague, Sarah White, as well as Kelly Pyle from Booth Hansen, both of whom have worked tirelessly on this project as well. So we started this whole thing a long time ago, actually. We started with a feasibility study for the community center. As I think you've heard both from Michael and Melanie, it's an older beach house building, was not necessarily designed to be a fully functioning enclosed community center. And so way back in 2017, we actually worked on a feasibility study with the goals of developing a future plan for the center, making it accessible and welcoming to the diverse community that we know exists in Uptown. And they were very welcoming and and vocal about how they wanted to see us move forward, which was a terrific process. We also focused on incorporating environmental sustainability into the building and then accommodating the numerous programming that the Park District has there. You heard about the train club, there's cultural clubs, exhibits, performances, and gatherings that the community really embraced. So we wanted to make sure that we had accommodated as many groups as we could in any kind of renovation. And then also just celebrate the historic vitality of the community center and what it meant to the neighborhood. Next slide. So this is the start of the feasibility study. You can see how many meetings that we had actually on the left. And I will completely admit, much as Commissioner Navarra mentioned earlier on the ETOD policy, the community really pushed us on this. And I think we are here before you with a much better project as a result. The Park District originally thought that it might just be better given the challenges of this building. It's not at all ADA accessible. It's got space, you know, in the bottom that was originally intended for boat storage. We thought maybe we just need to tear this down and give the community a brand new field house. Maybe that would be better. Maybe it would be more efficient. And they really pushed back at us. As you can see, from 2017 to 2019, we were having a lot of rigorous conversations about what should happen to this building. And what we came away with was that the community felt very, very strongly that they wanted to keep this building and renovate this building, and that generations of community members and kids and families had done programming here and were really passionate about making sure that it stayed. So next slide. So what we did then is we hired Booth Hansen to help us tackle this very, very challenging building. And we had more community meetings. So once we decided to keep it, then we spent another several months really working with the community to make sure that we had the site plan right, that we had the building right. And you can see some of the changes that they asked for that we incorporated in the plan on the right-hand side of your screen, including seating configuration, even where the trees were located. And then inside the building, we created a workroom for the train club. Security was a really big issue for them. So we worked on a lot of security features and various other things that the community really pushed us on. So we are very happy with the result. And with that, I believe I'm turning it over to Kelly Pyle to take you through our site plan in more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, my name is Kelly Pyle. I'm with Booth Hansen Architects. I'll walk you through a series of views kind of surrounding the building, and then we can give you a bit of context as to the project scope, and then we'll move inside and see some of the highlights of the interior renovation. Overall, we're keeping the project scope pretty tight to the building. This is really to ensure that our primary focus is addressing those fundamental issues. With this being an existing building built in the early 1900s, there's a lot of help that it needs, a lot of invisible but important upgrades that we need to give it. There's been a lot of water infiltration issues at the roof, at the walls, at the foundation. So we really want to make sure, first and foremost, we're addressing those. Also, one of the main concerns is accessibility, both outside and inside the building. It's not easy to get around. There's a lot of ups and downs. Most of the spaces at this point are not accessible. So that is another main aspect that we're looking at. HVAC, as was mentioned before, is also a primary concern. We're going to be improving the ventilation and adding cooling to the building. So with that being said, once we've addressed those primary concerns, we'll get into the aesthetics, the improvements when it comes to the functionality and function of the building. So what we're looking at here is just kind of general views surrounding the building. Again, scope is pretty limited to the exact areas right outside the building. We're developing the South Plaza, which you can see in the top image, the West Plaza in the middle image there, and then limited scope around the rest of the building, just concerned with those fundamental water issues. Again, here, we're taking a look at the northeast and the southeast edges of the building. On the northeast, down at the bottom of the page here, you can see we're incorporating some new windows, which I'll get into in a bit. Other than that, again, it's really focusing on masonry, focusing on the water, focusing on the roof. So here's the site plan. North is on the left-hand side. Clarendon Avenue is on the bottom of the page there. Again, with this project, you can see our concerns really are focused around the building itself. Along Clarendon Avenue there, you can see we're developing the West Plaza. We're introducing new plantings, new seating elements, and a terraced seating element, which I can discuss a bit further. Then towards the south, where that main entrance is, we're also developing that further, incorporating seating, plantings, furnishings. And again, accessibility there shows up as an issue. There's some level changes that we want to ensure are fully accessible as you make your way around the site. So here we are at the ground floor plan. Again, north is on the left-hand side of the page, south is on the right. So starting at the entry vestibule on the south there, incorporating a new entry vestibule. It's generously sized, but it's a smaller footprint than what was previously there. Really, the goal is to make sure that South Plaza remains a larger usable space. Moving into the building, we've got the upper lobby here, which we're expanding. We're pushing the reception down into that lower lobby in order to really make the upper lobby a more usable, functioning double height space there. With moving the reception down to that lower lobby, what that's doing is really allowing optimal sight lines from reception throughout the remainder of the ground floor. We're introducing windows into most of these spaces, which I'll discuss a little bit further, but from reception, you're able to see back behind you to the new club room, into the teen lounge, which is also a new space. You're able to see towards the gymnasium entrance, back up to the upper lobby and the main entrance of the building. And you're able to look to your right and see the elevator, as well as you're able to see inside the model train room, which we're also adding new windows into. Moving upstairs, we are, again, accessibility is an issue throughout the building. You can see the elevator is accessible off of the lobby and brings you up into this second level space. Really, there's a lot of ups and downs and stepping throughout this project. So we're really aiming to connect all of these spaces through these raised platforms that we're adding. So what was once stepping up and down to get to nearly all of these individual club rooms and office spaces is now one continuous level that is accessed by everyone. The one area that is sunken, remains sunken, is that large multi-purpose room space at the center of the building. And this is really a gem of the building, which I'll show in a bit more detail, but we're still maintaining accessibility here. We're introducing a new ramp and really trying to let that space shine. Throughout the project, sorry if you wouldn't mind going back. Throughout the project, the restrooms are a big area of improvement. Currently, none of the restrooms are accessible and they're all in pretty worn out shape. So we're doing a full gut renovation of all of the restrooms. That would be new fixtures, new finishes, making sure that every restroom has accessible stalls, as well as changing stations. Back on the ground floor, we're also incorporating three different family restrooms kind of scattered throughout the building, along with a mother's room, which has a special needs changing station. Up on the roof here, again, as I mentioned, we're doing some mechanical upgrades. So what we see up here are some rooftop equipment that we're introducing that's really going to improve the ventilation throughout the building, as well as provide cooling, which will be new to the building. When it comes to the material palette on the exterior, obviously the existing brick facade is really what stands out, and we want to let that continue to shine. Again, we're making masonry improvements where they're needed. There's elements of stone that are kind of accented throughout the existing building that we're really trying to let shine and also bring to life in that new entry vestibule that was shown a little bit earlier. So that new entry vestibule is this cast stone that we're seeing here. In terms of the metal elements surrounding the building, there's that dark bronze that we see at the roof fascia. That's, again, we're redoing the roof, we're getting a new roof fascia, but we're still trying to let that history shine. And we're kind of accenting it with the new windows throughout will also be that dark bronze. We're also introducing some exterior wood to really add some warmth to those exterior plaza spaces. So here's just building elevation south. Again, this is the main entry vestibule that we're introducing. Really, the idea is letting in maximum amounts of light to that lobby space, which we'll get into a little bit further. But really trying to let the existing elements, the historic pieces, shine. This is on the west side, so from Clarendon Avenue. We'll be lighting up those mosaics that are along the building there, those existing mosaics. We're also introducing this terraced seating element, which you can see is that wood element there. That's kind of harkening back to the original building. This was the main entrance to the original building with this monumental staircase back in the early 1900s. And really we're activating this plaza space now. It operates as kind of a performance zone, and we're trying to let that element shine and activate it with this new terraced seating element. North elevation, we're introducing some new windows into the gymnasium, but otherwise it's improvements to masonry and again, water infiltration issues. And then similarly on the east side, minimal impact, just doing improvements where they're necessary for guardrails and water infiltration as well. So here we are looking at a building section cut north-south. So we see the main entrance on the right-hand side of the page here, that new entry vestibule that opens up into the double height lobby space. What this view really shows is the various level changes that are happening throughout the building, that the building's really a puzzle of ups and downs. And again, it's making sure that now that through this renovation, we're making sure that all of these spaces become accessible through ramps, the elevator, and various raised platforms. So this is just briefly zooming in on that entry vestibule again. Again, it's a cast stone vestibule. We're bringing in maximum amounts of daylighting into that lobby space. Really, again, trying to maximize daylighting in these spaces. I'll walk you through a series of interior renderings now. What you'll see is on the right-hand side is a smaller image of the existing conditions, and then on the left-hand side would be our proposed improvements. Although we're taking care of the building's fundamental concerns first, those are some invisible needs that are coming first and foremost, but we do want to really push the project to get as much bang for our buck and get creative with the money to upgrade the spaces as much as we can, which you can see here in these improvements. In the lobby, sorry if you wouldn't mind going back briefly. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is we're standing just entering the building, looking down towards reception. You can see there's maximum sight lines throughout. You can see into the club room beyond. You get a glimpse of the model train room on the left there. And then you're also able to look up into the second floor where we see the multi-purpose space. It's got some really interesting historic elements that, again, we want to make this history shine and prop it up as much as we can. So here we are facing the opposite direction, looking back on that entrance. Again, really maximizing daylighting. You can see from that existing conditions photo how much extra glazing we're bringing into this to really improve daylighting and make this space a more open, flexible place. This is the club room that's right behind reception. Again, you can see the sight lines through the space that addresses a lot of the security concerns, as well as just keeps everything open and flexible. This space is really used as a game room, but it's flexible enough to be transitioned into classroom, conference room type spaces. We have added a lot of extra storage to allow a lot of flexibility. We're also paying attention to acoustic and AV needs to optimize this for a lot of functions. Here we are in the gymnasium. Again, throughout the building, we're really trying to push the project's optimize durability and function where we can, all new finishes and lighting wherever we can. So you can kind of see that in here. We're obviously new paint. We're cleaning up that brick wall that's seen a lot of water damage, introducing daylight into this space as well, which is going to be a big improvement. Then here we are in the fitness room. Again, it's about durability and improving those finishes. So all new lighting, all new flooring and paint. Moving upstairs, we're in the multi-purpose room here. That's the large space at the center of the building. You can see from the existing conditions photo, it doesn't receive any natural lighting right now. It's kind of a dark space in the center of the building. We're working to improve that. We're bringing in daylighting from the lobby space you can see on the left. Immediately in front of us in this rendering, you can see the dance room, which again, we're borrowing natural light from in there. And also on the opposite side, there's a club room that we're bringing in daylighting from. Here we are in the dance room. Again, it's bringing in a lot of natural light into that multi-purpose room we were just in. And again, we're trying to really refresh these spaces, add a lot of durability with new wood flooring and finishes. So when it comes to sustainability for this project, first and foremost, I think this was mentioned, but first and foremost, it's great that the decision was made to keep the existing building rather than just tearing it down and starting over. We're avoiding a lot of demolition waste, which allows us to reuse that embodied energy that was associated with the building. From a site perspective, our landscaping, working landscapes is a point that we're going after. It's really about introducing, diverse, low maintenance natural plantings throughout the spaces around the building. On the inside, we're looking at indoor water use reduction, making sure our plumbing fixtures are all low flow and being conscious of how much water we're using. There's a lot of transportation related elements that we're paying attention to. The building's proximity to transit is something definitely to note with the buses right along Clarendon there. We're introducing CTA digital display within the lobby to promote the use of those public transit. We're also looking at electric vehicle charger readiness and or charging stations, as well as bicycle parking. So in terms of stormwater management, due to our minimal site impact, tight scope around the building, the project is not regulated by the stormwater ordinance. And I think back over to Heather.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly. Again, for the record, Heather Gleason with the Chicago Park District. So I'm just going to very briefly talk about the economic and community benefits. So I think we've illustrated here that we're going for a historic renovation, but also modernizing the facility, making sure that we have a welcoming space to host the community's programming events and really set it forward for the next 100 years that the building is in existence. So we're really excited about that portion of it. We estimate that we'll be creating 80 construction jobs and it will support several permanent jobs. And then the Park District's participation goals for this project are 26 minority business owned enterprises and 6% WBE women owned business enterprises. And then I believe I turn it over to Michael at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Again, for the record, Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. And we point out 3 policies, policies number 2, policy number 6, and policy number 10 that we felt were the most applicable to this project. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well done. Very exciting. I'm not seeing any hands go up from any of the commissioners. I think this was a very thorough presentation, typical of what we get from the Parks Department. All right, I'm not seeing any hands or comments, so I will take a motion on the.
Excuse me, Chairwoman, do we want to call on Alderman Keppelman's office?
Oh, thank you. I meant to do that. Thank you for that reminder. So the Chief of Staff from Alderman Keppelman's office is here. So please, is it Tressa?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you. You've got the floor.
Thank you. My name is Tressa Fear. I am the Chief the staff for Appleman in the 46th Ward. We've been really excited about this project since the TIF project at Montrose Clarendon was finalized. And the Park District has been amazing with all of the community meetings. We've had great participation from the Park Advisory Council, and this is so exciting for the community. We have a lot of kids that live right across the street there, and this is going to be a really amazing space for them to do their current programming as well as new programming. And we're just very excited and delighted. It's one of the historic buildings that we wanted to save in our community, and this is just the perfect way to do it.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. And congratulations to you and to the alderman. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Now, can I get a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lake application submitted by the Chicago?
So move.
Thank you. Do I need to finish reading it for the record? For the
Please
property,
do, my attorneys will yell at me.
for the property generally located at 4501 North Clarendon Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. This is, by the way, item D3. We have a first by Commissioner Burnett. Do I have a second?
Second by Commissioner Cox.
I heard a voice before Commissioner Cox. Was that Commissioner Grossman?
That was Biagi, but it's fine.
Oh,
As long as it gets
well, all right, let me get the voices as they came in. Commissioner Biagi seconded that motion. No further discussion. Let me do the roll call vote on item D3, 4501 North Clarendon. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly. I'm sorry, Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly.
He'll be recusal.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Excuse me, I didn't have it written down, but I heard it. Okay, Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasman.
I am a yes. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. Motion passes. Congratulations to the community. Congratulations to the Park District. This is very exciting, and congratulations to the Alderman's office.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. All right, so now I stayed up too late watching basketball last night, so I went to D3 and skipped a page, and I gotta go back to D2. So I apologize to anybody from the development team on D2 that might have been inconvenienced by that mistake. But we shall proceed, and fortunately, it's the same alderman who had to be here for both, alderman staff who had to be here for both D and 2, so I'm glad for that. But again, I apologize for anybody who might have been inconvenienced by that switch. So we are on agenda item D2, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 4447 North Hazel LLC for the property generally located at 4447 North Hazel Street. The property is Zone B2-3 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story residential building with 32 dwelling units and 16 vehicular parking spaces. And again, Michael Berkshire will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Go ahead, Mr. Berkshire.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 4447 North Hazel LLC, is here today to request approval of a Lakefront Protection Ordinance application to construct a 5-story multifamily residential building containing 32 dwelling units on the subject property generally located at 4447 North Hazel Street. This is the same community that was just presented, but I'm presenting a bit different demographic information. Over half the residents of the Uptown community area have obtained a bachelor's degree or higher. A vast majority live in a 1 or 2 person household, and over 70% of the residents work in Chicago. The project is nicely positioned between 2 mass transit opportunities, the Wilson Line CTA to the west and the numbers 136, 146, and 148 bus lines on Marine Drive to the east. This slide illustrates the land use context, which is predominantly RM5 and RT4. These next 2 slides show the context of residential buildings lining both sides of Sunnyside to the east of the proposed building. As you see, the street is lined with mainly 3.5-story vintage apartment buildings with a 19-story residential building directly across the street. Now I would like to pass it off to Mr. Jean Dufresne with Space Architects and Planners to go over the details of the proposed project.
Hi, everybody. For the record, Jean Dufresne from Space Architects and Planners. Michael, thanks again, and thanks for saying my name perfectly. I appreciate it a lot. So the project timeline you can see up on the screen now. Uptown United was the first group that we met with, which we secured support from, and then the Clarendon Park Neighborhood Association, which also supports the project. We work closely with the Alderman's office and both groups to develop a project that the community would be happy with. Next slide, please. The existing structure on site is a church. The property is no longer being used as such. It hadn't for a while, simply due to the very low number of members of the congregation that were actually in the neighborhood and came and attended, as well as due to the fact that the building itself was in very, very poor condition. These old structures are expensive to maintain. With dwindling numbers in the size of congregation, that makes that much more difficult as well. So the structure itself will be demolished, portions recycled as following the ordinance of the City of Chicago, and then our proposed project to take its place. This is our structure in context. So we are looking towards southeast. To the left is Sunnyside, to the right is Hazel. You can see there's a defined base to the building and then 4 stories of residential on top. The base is a stone-clad base to the building and brick on top with some accents of metal. We are accenting the main entry, which is on Hazel. You can see at the top, at the time we expected the address to be 44455. CDOT actually gave us 4453. So that number will change. So we're focusing our main entry off of Hazel. We did provide a visual entry. It provides access to bike storage and the ground floor parking garage on Sunnyside to continue that street pedestrian experience of front doors on Sunnyside as well. So we wanted to be sensitive to that context. We do have a setback on Sunnyside, which respects the setback of the adjoining properties. So we have green space there and then outdoor space for the units above. And you'll notice on the plans a little bit further in the presentation that all units have outdoor space as well. This is a sort of street view of the building. Again, the balconies are hanging on the Sunnyside side and then are recessed on the Hazel side. And you can see that defined entry. Thanks, Mike. Hazel elevation, again, ground floor, cast stone. On the left-hand side, those taller windows at the base are a fitness center. And then as we go south towards the right, we have utility space within the building as well as a loading area. You can see those balconies that for the units that face south, which are overhanging at the back. They're basically looking towards the alley. And then those 2 strips of recessed balconies on Hazel as well. This is the Sunnyside side, the ground floor. You can again see that entry that leads to the car and bike parking. And you can see that sort of shaded green, shaded gray is the adjoining property. Just to give you a little bit of context, we're obviously set back off of that particular building. Most of these courtyard buildings along the street on Sunnyside are lot line to lot line, as is quite typical of Chicago. Our building will be set back 5 feet from that. It's both a path of egress for us, and it gives us obviously the zoning requirement for the setback and a little bit of breathing room between the two buildings. This is our ground floor. The 2 red arrows will illustrate the main points of entry. Hazel at the bottom of your screen, obviously being the most predominant point. You enter, to the left-hand side will be a package mail room. To the right will be sort of a locked room for utilities, sprinkler system and water service. A nice large lobby gives tenants an opportunity to stop, but also a place to wait for Ubers and things like that. You can see at the bottom right is our loading area, which is accessed from the alley. Behind that is a trash room. So all of that is internal. All the way to the other end is the fitness center, accessed through the main lobby, and has nice windows to the corner of the intersection. In the big block, the big block of blue is it's a transit served location. So we have 32 units, 16 parking spots. So the big chunk of blue is the parking area and our parking for bikes. The yellow is our elevator and our internal stairs that lead through the building. And you can see that set back on the top of the screen, and the green space in the front of the building along Sunnyside as well. This is our typical floor plan. Each floor has 8 units. At the very top, hopefully the colors look the same on your screen as mine. The orange are 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. The blue are 1-bed units. In the purple, same thing, 1 bed, 1 bath. The difference between the blue and the purple is the blue are borrowed light units, whereas the purple units, the 1-bedrooms have windows to the exterior. The green unit is a 2-bed, 1-bath, and the red unit is an efficiency studio. On the roof, we'll have access to the roof for servicing of the mechanical equipment, and obviously the elevator overrun, and that's where all of our equipment will live. This basically just to illustrate the overall building height. We're about at 55 feet. All floors are about 9.5 foot. And again, you can see sort of a little bit more zoomed into what the elevation will look like. Same thing on Sunnyside. This is the east elevation, so the closest to our easterly neighbor. And then the last one is the alley elevation. So you'll see at the bottom left is the overhead door for the loading. In the center, the overhead door for the parking. The floor above that provides outdoor space for those rear second floor units. And for the floors above that, they have hanging balconies, just like the Sunnyside elevation. This is a quick building section, probably the least sexy of the drawings that we have, but it shows you the building height and overall floor to floor heights. These are typical materials that we're planning on using. A sort of reddish brick, a stone for accents and for the base of the building, the metal clad panel, and then this is an idea for our proposed railing pattern for the balconies. And then again, this is a TOD project. So there's no curb cuts. We're not adding anything. We're not compromising any existing street parking. We're obviously using the existing alley at the bottom of your screen, which is connected to Hazel. And I'll let Katrina take it from here.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn here on behalf of the applicant. Just very briefly wanted to highlight a couple slides here before we turn this back over to Michael. As to this project is subject to the Affordable Requirements Ordinance. The site was rezoned to the existing B2-3 a few months ago. 10% of the units are required to be affordable, essentially 3 units. The developer will provide all of those affordable units on site with 2 1-bedroom units and 1 2-bedroom unit, and all of those ARO units will be accessible. Next slide, please. And again, briefly, some of the economic and community benefits, primarily it's the return essentially of this property back to the tax rolls with a vacant church that will be demolished in the construction of this project. It will also revitalize the street. Final slide. Yep, nope, that's fine, Michael. Thank you. This is really, it's a little hard to see, but it's really just to show this site is literally at the very edge of the boundary of the lakefront protection ordinance, and just to show the distance that the project really is from the lakefront amenities. Next slide, turn it back over to you, Michael.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina. Again, for the record, Michael Berkshire from the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Lakefront Protection Ordinance. Again, we have highlighted two purposes and one policy that we feel are the most applicable to the ordinance. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to the compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berkshire. Commissioner Tunney.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm on another call, but I want to quickly ask the Sunnyside frontage. Could you bring that slide up, and in context with the neighborhood? What I don't think is appropriate is those hanging balconies. So would someone comment? I don't mind them. Well, the Hazel looks more handsome, and then the alley, we all know that hanging balconies are very prevalent in the alley. On the front, on the Sunnyside, I think that looks, well, you know how I feel about it. Could somebody answer the question about how that contextually looks down Sunnyside?
So yes, so on Sunnyside, most of the buildings are courtyard buildings. So the majority of them have sort of that courtyard in the center. So we acknowledge that we're different. We do acknowledge too that we wanted to make sure that we provided outdoor space. Our main focus was, had we sort of reinforced or made these balconies heftier and bigger as opposed to hanging them, the emphasis would have been on that structure as opposed to the plane of the building at the back. And we wanted to make sure that the main plane of the building fit with the frontage of the adjoining properties. Because we're a B adjoining an R, our front yard is, or our yard is required to be 50% of the adjoining. So that's the face of those hanging balconies. But because those balconies, we hope, read as much lighter and less prominent, the relationship that we're establishing is the general plane of the overall building with the adjoining property, so that it's a continuous masonry plane down the block.
So I honestly think they could be recessed like they are on Hazel, but that's my 2 cents worth on it. I think it looks ugly and they're not going to age well.
Any comment on that, or any? Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. I'm not seeing any responses from anybody. Commissioner Wacholder-Reyes.
Yes, just a question about the ARO units. What's the income for those units that are going to be on site, which I truly appreciate that they're going to be on site.
They will be at 60% AMI as required by the ordinance.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so, I don't have any more comments, so I am going to, I'm sorry, Tessa from, I'm sorry, I'm not sure of your last name, Tessa. Maybe you can say it for me again, from Alderman Koppelman's office?
Sure, my name is Tressa Fear. With Alderman Fear, with Alderman Kappelman's office in the 46th Ward. The
You know, you're freezing on us, so we're gonna need you to repeat what you're saying.
developer also, let's see.
Tessa,
So
you're breaking up a little bit, so I don't know if you have also the live stream on. If you have the live stream on, you're gonna get some interference, but if you could start your comments so we can make sure we hear them. Because you're breaking up and we're missing pretty much all of it.
I apologize.
It's not your fault, it's the, it's a technical thing here, but we'll wait.
Okay, is this working now?
Yep, that works much better. Mhm.
Okay, so the community, Clarendon Park Community Center or community met with the developer and overwhelmingly support this project. It was one of the first meetings we've had 100% community. Been a lot of curls follow the parkway, things like that. So we are very excited for this project.
Okay, great. I think we got the gist of that, which is that the community did work, developer worked very closely with the community, and the community is very much in support of this. And the design was thought about in relationship to the parkway and so on. So
that's correct. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'm not seeing any more comments from commissioners or questions, in which case do I have a motion on the proposed proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 4447 North Hazel LLC for the property generally located at 4447 North Hazel Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Any motion for that?
So moved, Commissioner Biaggi.
Thank you.
Seconded, Novara.
Thank you, commissioners. Any further discussion by commissioners? Seeing none, let me do the roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox, Commissioner Grossman, Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Kenny,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbot.
Yes.
And we're still doing okay on quorum, Noah?
Commissioner Burnett vote yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
And yes, we are.
Okay.
And Commissioner Cox votes yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, because we have three, is to go to item D4, a proposed residential business plan development and proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by 1838 Elston Avenue LLC for the property generally located at 1838 North Elston Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M3-3 Heavy Industry District to B3-3 Community Shopping District to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 74-foot tall building, 77-foot to top of parapet, with 34 residential units and ground floor commercial space. A 1.4 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 4.4. This is in the 32nd Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present the proposal, and Emily is up and ready to go. Ms. Thrun.
All right. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from M3-3 to B3-3 and then to a residential business plan development to construct a 70-foot tall building with 34 residential units and ground floor commercial space. The subject site is located in the Logan Square community area. The average household size in the area is 2.5 people. The community area lost almost 12% of its population between 2010 and 2018. 38.6% of the population is between the ages of 20 and 34, while 22.7% of the population is between the ages of 50 and 64. The rectangular shaped site is bounded by North Elston Avenue to the east, a two-story commercial building to the south, North Beasley Court to the west, and a two-story commercial building to the north. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 0.1 miles away from the CTA's number 9 and 9 express bus stops, 300 feet from the CTA's number 73 bus stop, and 0.2 miles away from the Clybourne Metro station. The site is also directly east from the Kennedy Expressway. These are photos of the site and the surrounding area. The site currently contains a one-story vacant masonry building. The site is zone M3-3 and is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor within the North Branch Subdistrict A Corridor Overlay. The Chicago zoning ordinance requires the Chicago Plan Commission to hold public hearings on requests to rezone the land within industrial corridor from an M zoning district to any other zoning classification aside from PMD, POS, or T. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are M3-3 and Plan Development Number 1439, an approved large-scale mixed-use development known as Lincoln Yards. The surrounding land uses in the area include commercial, office, industrial, and vacant land. Here is an aerial view of the proposed building highlighted in orange in context with approved projects from the south. And here is an aerial view of the project looking south. The next few slides include images of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. Here is a view of the project looking north along Elston. Here's a view along Elston looking south. And here is a view along Besley Court. The proposal is subject to the North Branch Framework Plan that was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in September 2017. Some of the goals of the plan include maximizing the North Branch as an economic and vital job center, providing better access for all transportation modes, and enhancing the natural resources and built assets throughout the corridor. The proposal is located within the north sub area in the framework plan, which identifies mixed use as a land use for this area. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katrina McGuire, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Emily. Good afternoon again. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. With me today are Jim Jan from Jab Real Estate, as well as Sean O'Gorman from Fitzgerald Associates, the project architect. I'm going to turn this over to Sean here to discuss the project here after this slide. Just wanted to briefly highlight our reach out back in summer of 2019. We reached out to the Bucktown Community Organization, the North Elston Business Owners Association, as well as North Branch Works to provide plans for this project, and met with BCO. And then we again re-engaged and sent revised plans back in spring of 2021. Revisions that have been made to this project from the outset include a reduction of what was proposed as an all-efficiency 40-unit efficiency building down to 34 efficiencies with a mix of one bedroom. A 34-unit building with a mix of efficiencies, 1 and 2 bedrooms. There are also design changes that were requested by DPD, as well as actually from BCO that were reflected, as well as a request on the part of DPD and CDOT that will provide an interior loading berth, which we also did provide off of Besley Court. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean for some questions, and then we'll all be available for questions at the end.
Thank you, Katrina. Sean O'Gorman with Fitzgerald. We are the architects for the project, and I'll dive right into the ground floor plan and elaborate on a few points relating to pedestrian context. First, the retail storefront on Elston is held back from the east property line to strike a balance between maintaining the existing urban street wall, but provide a wider sidewalk for a more comfortable pedestrian experience. Secondly, on the west side, as a result of our coordination with DPD, the internal loading berth and bike parking are located directly off of the slower, quieter Besley Court. In fact, we anticipate a large portion of our residents will use Besley Court as their primary means of ingress, egress, And that brings me to the third point that I want to highlight, a pass-through residential lobby, allowing convenient and efficient pedestrian access from either Besley or Elston or both as the neighborhood develops over time. On the next slide, we see 34 dwelling units distributed across typical residential floors. The unit mix is comprised of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Triangular sawtooth windows on the east and the west help orient views and connect the apartments to the neighborhood. Windows for the north and south facing units are held back from the property lines for the purpose of obtaining usable natural light and ventilation, which may someday become interior light courts if neighboring infill development height increases. Following slide, we see how the setbacks on the north and south help define the geometry of the top floor, the amenity level, large rooftop decks on the east and the west, outdoor areas accessed from the indoor shared common spaces. Indoor spaces are grouped together in the middle of the footprint. Next slide, please. Because the 6th floor is held back from the perimeter, the experience from the street is that of a 5-story building. We're using brick and metal in context with existing materials found throughout this industrial corridor, but we're articulating these materials in a contemporary vernacular by using them to express the geometry of the floor plans. Metal-clad panels, the projecting triangular sawtooth windows framed by brick veneer carried up from the recessed planes of the ground floor. Turning the corner on the next slide, that 5-story brick veneer wraps around the street and continues along the entire interior property line. Here again, brick material frames a change in plane. The recessed volume is differentiated by metal cladding. We're incorporating color and texture into the brickwork at the interior property lines with credit to feedback from a local community group who emphasized that attention to detail, quality building materials should carry around all 4 sides of the building. The next slide, the Besley Court elevation, you'll recognize an architectural language similar to that on Elston Avenue. The pass-through lobby presents the opportunity for 2 front doors on either side of the building, thereby 2 primary elevations fronting on both streets. Metal and glass storefronts accessing the lobby and the bike room enliven the pedestrian experience by supporting visibility and permeability between the building and the street. Next slide, the north elevation, also a mirror of the opposite slide, continuing these same principles around all 4 elevations of the building. Contextual materials, articulating the form, stepping back from the street, respecting the pedestrian realm. Next slide is an image, a cutaway vignette illustrating changes in planes and differentiation of veneer materials. On the left, the level 2 setback for the north and south facing windows of the residential floors. On the right, the projecting metal-clad sawtooth windows, detailing of the canopies and louvers in the retail storefront. Moving ahead to the next slide, transportation. We've touched on a lot of these, but pedestrian circulation and permeability are foundational for this transit-oriented development. 1-to-1 bike parking safely located on Besley Court with internal loading berth to negate vehicular congestion. On the next slide, supporting that point, another image of how the pedestrian circulation through the building provides flexibility, which is very important to our residents who rely on being within walking distance to current and future public transit hubs. Again, active uses at the ground level of both streets, projecting sawtooth windows overlooking the streets, providing an extended view up and down the length of the street. The next 2 slides actually illustrate the transitional scale of our building, which is located in the corridor separating the expressway and the river, the area between the low-rise buildings, the residential buildings of Wicker Park and Bucktown neighborhoods, and then the future high-rise building of Lincoln Yards. Next slide illustrates the same point from the opposite direction, specifically the top image, transitioning from low to high. Next slide. Open space and landscaping. Because the existing right-of-way is too narrow to support parkway trees, you'll remember that we held the face of our building back at the ground floor. Here we're adding outdoor planters within the property line at grade on Besley and at the roof deck on Elsted. Next slide. Precedent images completing the study of the facade. Dark brick material, lighter color metal panel in context with the existing industrial corridor, but articulating these materials in a contemporary way. Next slide, please. Our path to compliance with the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. Here we're opting to focus on those credits that take full advantage of our TOD proximity. Also pursuing Energy Star certification for building and energy efficiency. Next slide. We comply fully with the Chicago stormwater management requirements. And the next slide, I'll hand it back to Katrina.
Thank you, Sean. Again, Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn for the record. This proposal is within the high income area as defined by the 2015 ARO. 3 affordable units would be required under the ARO, and the developer has opted to provide all 3 of those required units on site at 60% AMI, and they will all be accessible units. Next slide, please. As to some of the economic and community benefits of this project will require the payment of the North Branch Corridor FAR bonus of about $131,000, as well as the industrial corridor system conversion fee of a little over $100,000. Has an overall project cost of $8.5 million and will create 70 construction jobs. The developer is also committed to the city's participation goals of 26% participation from qualified minority business enterprises, 6% from qualified women business enterprises, and 50% participation from Chicago residents. Next slide, please. And then I'm going to turn it back to Emily.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal will not affect the continued industrial viability of the North Branch Industrial Corridor. It complies with the North Branch Framework Plan and is consistent with the land use patterns in this portion of the industrial corridor. It complies with the PD standards and guidelines, and it includes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. It promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort, and is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of a plan development and zoning map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thorne. Can you leave that slide up? So not seeing any other questions from commissioners right now. Oh, there's Commissioner Reyes. I'll ask my question after she does. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a clarification. I understood at the initial presentation that there were only 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And then when it came to describing the type of units for the affordable, you mentioned 1 studio. So what is the unit types?
There's a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms, Commissioner.
Okay, and there was, I would have loved to see a 2 bedroom. I mean, it's just to reflect the breakdown, given that there are 3 units. Could it be 1 unit, each unit type?
We did discuss this with the Department of Housing. In fact, when you do sort of the straight math calculation on what would be required, technically, we would have fulfilled the letter of the ordinance by the provision of 2 studios versus 2 1-bedrooms. And so we felt that the provision of the 2 1-bedrooms and the studio was a reasonable compromise here.
But the total number of units is 3, right?
Right, and we are providing 3 affordable units, all of which are on site and accessible.
No, I understand and I appreciate that. I was just asking to see why we don't have a 2-bedroom, because that would have been great.
Right, but, you know.
I mean, there was a question asked there. Is there an answer for that?
Sure, is that we do comply and in fact exceed the ordinance as required. There's not that many 2-bedroom units, and the challenges of of providing those as affordable. While we've reduced the density of the development overall, it simply wasn't possible to provide that.
No, and I understand you could meet the requirements, but nevertheless, yes, I had to ask because it wouldn't make sense to see equal distribution of the number of units. That's
So
all.
the affordable units are studios, is that what I'm hearing?
That's not true. There's 2 one-bedroom affordable units and 1 studio that's affordable.
But
Right.
no 2 bedrooms.
Correct. Yes, that's what
correct.
I was asking for, a 2-bedroom. Yes.
Right. So Sean, can you share with us what the unit mix is? That we have the fewest number of units is the 2 bedrooms, and per the ARO, the units are to be distributed pro rata with the percentages of the units that are within the development.
That's right. Of the 34 units, 4 of those are 2 bedrooms. So that's only 12% of the units. 18 units or 53% are studios. 10 of the units, 29% are 1 bedrooms.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, was that it?
Yeah, it helps to understand, but nevertheless, I had to ask.
Thank you. So I wish that Commissioners Brumfeld and Searle were here to make comment on the architectural style. From my to me, it looks like a really nice design, right? That sort of kind of has that characteristics that fit into an industrial location. But I want to look at this this list of recommendations that are as made here by Ms. Thrun. The idea that it's not going to adversely affect the continued industrial viability of the corridor, that it complies with the North Branch Framework Plan, and so on. I'm comparing that to the letter that we received from the North Branch Works, and also the comments that were made when they presented to us during the public hearing period. They raised some really interesting questions. And if I can just sort of quote from one of their letters, from their letter, the changing the zoning, this is the quote, changing the zoning here would break up a block of property zoned for manufacturing, which is an incredibly valuable resource that supports manufacturing jobs, which pay family sustaining wages without requiring advanced degrees. Approval of this zoning change, and this I think is key here, approval of this zoning change would send a signal to the other industrial businesses along Elston that the city is actively encouraging relocation, which has the potential to exacerbate environmental inequities in the city. This zoning change proposal is not consistent with the goals of the North Branch Framework Plan, whose primary goal is to maximize the North Branch as an economic and vital job center. And it goes on to give a lot more detail to expound upon those points. You know, they raised some really interesting questions that got me thinking. And so I'm not exactly sure what my question is here, and maybe it's a question for staff, or maybe it's not a question, maybe it's just a set of comments. But I do know that it becomes, you know, I've seen it in other cities many times, right? When industrial land gets converted to commercial or gets converted to residential, you lose that industrial land and it's gone. You rarely do get it back. So it does concern me that an area that is zone industrial, intended to be industrial, and I think at a time when many of us are very much in favor of strengthening our manufacturing sector, particularly around advanced manufacturing, robotics, and so on, that we're talking about losing a site here that where there's other manufacturing occurring in an area that is designated for such. And does this, I think the question they pose is, does this begin a trend? And do we wake up in a few years and all of this now has been converted away from manufacturing and we're now in residential? And then the other point that they raise, and this I think is something that is really important for us as a plan commission to really be very thoughtful about, which is, do we then have the concentration of certain kinds of activities and only a small number of locations within the city, which has all kinds of ramifications, not the least of which has to do with job resident location, right? Live and work kind of dynamics, and do people have to travel further for jobs? Does industry get concentrated in certain neighborhoods, resulting in more truck traffic and so on? So, I'm not sure if there's any who, if anyone, can even comment on that, but it does make me really nervous when we start converting industrial land like this, when it also seems to be an activity that is very much in line with the North Branch Framework Plan. So if we're going to do plans, don't we want to use those plans in making decisions? And the argument that they're making is that this is very much in contrast to the plan. So maybe it's you, Ms. Thrun, that could maybe even address that second point in particular.
Sure. So key recommendations in the North Branch Framework Plan was to reduce the corridor land designated as PMD to reserve the designation to the core industrial area on Goose Island. As a result, this land was formerly PMD and has been rezoned to M3-3. The final land use framework plan in the plan itself identifies the specific area as mixed use as an appropriate land use for this area, and also doesn't prohibit residential in this segment of the industrial corridor.
Okay, that's a really critical piece of information. I don't suppose we could get that particular, it's probably too much to ask to get that particular piece of the plan.
Yeah, I do have a slide in the beginning that kind of shows the land use map. So
Yeah.
it's located right here in the north sub area.
Okay, that helps, but do we have the section of the plan that talks, because you're saying that the plan itself says that that area is meant to be mixed use? And do we have that statement in the plan itself?
Madam Chairwoman, it is in the key of the map as well. It's obviously in the text of the framework plan as well, but I think you can see it in the key of the map itself.
Actually, you can't. Is there a way we can?
Yeah, we can't see it.
All right, it says accommodates transition, allows mixed use, office, commercial, and residential in the area highlighted in orange.
All of that orange.
Except north of Cortland, there's a segment that does prohibit residential.
And that would not be that section right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any, Mr. On that helps in the clarification. Okay. Any other, go ahead, oh, thank you. And now I know that now I'm gonna turn to him as Alderman. I know you're gonna be recusing yourself in the vote as Commissioner, but let me call on you, Alderman Weigelsbach, to speak.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I am recusing myself. And this one's been a very difficult project from its inception. You know, we initially pushed back and felt that it was creating a conflicting situation by opening up this area to additional residential. I think if you look at what happened with the framework plan that Lincoln Yards fell under, across the street there, we could potentially see 5 Sears Tower type buildings. As I mentioned earlier in my comments, that was something that we pushed back against greatly with a lot of the residents in the area when this framework kind of went forward several years ago. But what that did by changing the framework is exactly what I think Ms. Thrun was saying, is that we saw a switch from PMD to M for this area. It doesn't prohibit residential, and it allows for mixed use. But even with that, my office, my staff, and I have, gone back and forth with the applicant over and over on some of these issues, looking at the real affordability here, the proximity to the metro, which is about 400, maybe 500 feet. We don't want to always look at those projects that people are coming forward with and think, people are going to all take the metro from potential residences like this. It just doesn't happen. Not everybody's going to go overtake the Ashland bus. So when we talk about proximity to public transportation, we always kind of look at it as, is it near a blue line, a brown line, a red line, orange line, whatever it might be, as opposed to just sort of looking at it as looking at the Metro as the daily option. So we've pushed back on a lot of projects in this area. That has kind of made it difficult to give it sort of a mediocre thumbs up to this project, in large part because we have sided with the North Branch Works for many years, going back to projects prior to Lincoln Yards, which has really, I think, kind of thrust the city in a different direction for this whole area, a direction that we really don't have much choice in now. So this project does fit into these parameters that Ms. Thrun put out there, and we feel it's important, though, that we try to maintain the economic viability of this area. You also, I think, got a letter from Mr. Schwartzbach from Vin next door, who was very concerned about the parking issues there. When we talk about TOD, we can look at any TOD project or a project that's gone up near a train station or a bus stop, whatever it might be, and people inevitably will get cars anyway and find some place to park. This particular stretch of Elston, several years ago, started seeing people driving in from the suburbs taking up a few hundred spaces on Elston because it was not metered or did not have any restrictions on it, which made it very difficult for a lot of our manufacturers in the area, even Sippy Metals right down the street, to really find parking for some of their employees. So there's a lot of conflicting issues here. I think, it is, and again, it's correct that DPD has made these recommendations that they are following within those guidelines. It just makes it very difficult for me to give it a great hurrah here. But I feel that it could be an important location in some aspect to sort of create the kind of housing that if you're going to put something in, it's better to have this kind of thing than what we hear often in the public comment period, which is just build it as high as you can and add as many units as you can. And that's just not a viable option for our constituency or these economic corridors. We have to moderate development, and we have to do it in a way that I think provides some of that affordability. We do see that they are providing 3 units here, and Ms. McGuire did try to work through it with us to get a more diverse unit count and a more diverse floor plan. Compared to what we saw originally, it was a vanilla box, and we did have some good input from North Branch Works, BCO, and DPD. So again, I think we need to listen to our partners like North Branch Works. It does put us in some conflict here, but when I look at the overall picture and what we've already been put into a position with Lincoln Yards, I don't think we are missing the requirements here or application of what those recommendations are in terms of the overall plan. So I'm okay with it moving forward, but that's just about it. So I appreciate letting me speak on this issue, and I will be recusing myself, though. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderman. That's really useful to get that. Commissioner Novata.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Reyes's question a bit more, although the team did respond. What we ended up looking at here, we have a mix, and our arrows are supposed to reflect the percentage distribution. But in this case, there were so few 2-bedrooms in the overall distribution that, as the developer noted, by right, they actually could have provided 2 studios and 1 1-bedroom and no 2-bedroom at all because of how few of 2 bedrooms there were. So as they noted, what we came to instead was to say, no, we actually want 2 1-bedrooms and 1 studio instead, which they didn't have to do, but we were able to flip that. And most importantly, they're all type A, which is our highest standard of accessibility and is another component that we have been stressing to make sure that we achieve. So just wanted to explain that a bit more for my colleague, Commissioner Reyes. It's a good question. As it was, we felt that this was the best outcome given how few 2-bedrooms there were.
That makes sense. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Okay, I'm not seeing any more.
Oh, I do. I'd like to speak. Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
You can.
I
Go
have my hand raised.
Actually, it didn't show up as raised, but go ahead, speak.
I mean, it seems to me we're on the slippery slope and we're trying to make it fit because it would be a right thing to do for some reasons. And we also know it's a wrong thing for others. And I think it's time we sort of recognize that we tend to go with the developer. We want to please people. We want to make people happy. But is this what we really want? Is this what we were thinking about? Why are we doing this? That's my comment.
Mhm. Thank you, Commissioner Grossman.
Madam Chairwoman, maybe we respond, or would you prefer?
No, please. No, please go ahead, respond.
Thank you. Just wanted to add to this a little bit. I think Emily made a good point about sort of the land use framework, but I just wanted to emphasize that, you know, this was a robust land use framework that came after over a year, if not 2 years worth of community engagement, public engagement, and process, and ultimately was a very dramatic shift. There's no question about that. But it specifically called for and recommended mixed use developments as one of the methods that's to be utilized by the city in order to achieve one of the principal goals of the framework plan, which was the maintenance of the area as an important economic engine, right? So Lincoln Yards is obviously massive development, both to the north and south of us, across the street from us rather. It's going to potentially generate 5,000-6,000 units and large amounts of office space as well. This development specifically was intended really as sort of a workforce housing model, sort of to capture that market that's going to be coming from people that would be working within these office buildings that could then essentially be able to walk to work. If you look at the broader framework and what's contemplated somewhere down the line, but looking optimistically to the future, be it, you know, extension of the 606, the transit way, potential pedestrian connections, all of that. That's essentially that linkage here. And the city also recognized the need to protect manufacturing, right? An important goal for the city that has always been a factor up in this area. So therefore, they didn't strip the PMD status from areas to the south, and then protected certain areas that were deemed particularly sensitive to that issue and banned residential uses there. This is outside that scope, but those buffer zones were created as part of that framework plan. This block itself, when you really look at it, consists of a bank and a wine store to our south, and then a body shop to the north. And across the street, literally across the street from us, is one of the sub areas of Lincoln Yards that's contemplated to have 600 residential units across the street from us. So while we absolutely respect the work of North Branch Works, they have been staunch and effective advocates for many, many years in this area and have made a difference in the city of Chicago. I think to sort of see this 34-unit building here as the tipping point or the proverbial domino that's going to fall and change the character of the manufacturing in the area, I think isn't entirely accurate. And I don't think necessarily looks at the bigger picture here. So thank you for letting me add that.
That's really helpful and very interesting. That drawing there, so those, go ahead, Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah, now that I heard, you just mentioned workforce housing. So is still that the case that these units are going to be for workforce housing? And if so, then what's going to be the rent levels?
So I'll have my client respond to the price levels, but that was always what was contemplated here, that it's sort of market-driven affordability. This is not a highly amenitized building. This is an 8,000 square foot lot, and give and take, maybe just under 9,000. A small lot, there's only so much FAR you can build. We're not building to the maximum FAR here. And so we don't have the option to provide all kinds of high-level luxury amenities, et cetera, which probably some of the larger buildings that are contemplated within Lincoln Yards will. So therefore, this will provide sort of a price point and a housing opportunity for people who would like to find something that isn't quite as expensive as with living within those luxury towers while still having close proximity to transit. While I certainly acknowledge Alderman Wagsback's comment about, is Metra TOD the same as LTOD? I think here with the Clybourne station, already it is a more robust Metra station as it is with so many lines that do stop at Clybourne before they get downtown, but also with the future long-term plan of having a greatly expanded Metra transit facility that's contemplated in this area as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And you can see in that image too that you just showed all those projected high rises.
So what are the proposed rent levels then?
Jim, can you chime in on the rents, please?
Certainly. We are looking at $1,200 for the studios, $1,600 for the ones, and $1,900 to $2,000 for the twos.
Okay. Any follow-up, Commissioner Reyes?
No, thank you. Workforce housing, yeah, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I'm kind of sitting where, I'm feeling the sort of the kinds of things that Alderman Wagesbach spoke about. Sorry about that. So, all right, let me, do I have a motion then on the proposed residential, there was no other comments. Do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development and proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by 1838 Elston Avenue LLC for the property generally located at 1838 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
I'll move it.
Commissioner Moore moved it and seconded.
Second by Alderman Burnett.
Seconded by Alderman Burnett.
Chairwoman, can I just ask if Noah has my recusals on file, just to double check?
Yes, I do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Burnett. All right. Commissioner Cordova. No. Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Lyons.
What about Grossman?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Grossman. I didn't get you on the last. I didn't hear you on the
I'm
last.
sorry. I just get used to my position. Anyway, the vote is no.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy's a yes. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I wrote the wrong place. Okay, Commissioner Murphy. All right, Commissioner Novata is a yes. Commissioner Reyes.
No.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Okay, and then Wagesbach is a recusal. So,
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Brumfield. Commissioner Brumfield is a yes.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Welcome.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. All right. So that means then that the vote just went from
6-3, Chairwoman.
Oh, yes, 6-3. So congratulations to you all. And one of the things that I guess I want to say is that I hope you feel this way too, which is that clearly, I think you stated it. I think who else stated it? I don't know if it was Emily Thrun, but that there was a process that you went through with the DPD and with the community and ended up with a product that I think everybody agrees is a better outcome. And that's one of the
Not
things.
everybody.
Oh, no, I'm saying better than where they started. It was the point. In terms of.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have started.
in terms of the, so in other words, out of a good process can come a better product. And so I do want to thank you for that. And acknowledge that, and hope that that folks understand. Clearly you do, but as more development goes forward in this area, that when you work with community groups, whether it's residents or whether it's groups like North Branch, or when you work with DPD, and then bring your own expertise to it, that out of that whole process, you're going to end up with something that improves the overall. So I want to thank you for that and congratulate you, and we'll look forward to seeing it be built. So
Thank you, and thank you for your thoughtful comments.
thank
And
you.
Chairman, it's Mita. Sorry, I continue to have problems today with technology. I just wanted to make sure you had me recorded. I just had voted present for this one, so it doesn't affect the outcome.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Again, thank you, Ms. McGuire and Mr. Gorman and others who are here representing the project. And thank you, Alderman Wagasbach. And thank you for when we get these letters and we get the community comments, it really does help. And also there was, I guess, one that came in this morning, Noah, that should be reflected in the letter. Alderman Wagasbach made reference to it. That letter was from whom?
The gentleman who owns the wine store just south of here, Vin, they supported, they submitted the letter that the Alderman referenced against this proposal. It came in after the deadline, so we didn't have a chance to get online.
Okay,
But we will add it to the main file, and I emailed the applicant as such.
Okay, so you guys can see that, because I guess apparently their issues were one around parking.
In general, traffic patterns, parking, and future.
So it's not even just necessarily specific to this project, but to overall any development in that area. So
Correct.
That's going to be something really important. Ms. Thron, if you're the person who handles these, or the folks in DPD, Commissioner Cox, to really pay close attention to the issues raised by this gentleman in this letter around parking and about how we go forward with that. So again, it's always great to have that input, so that we can get a sense of what the potential impacts are and do what can be done to mitigate them. So again, congratulations and thank you. All righty, next item on the agenda is D5, right? A proposed residential institutional plan development submitted by the applicant, 2219 North Hamilton LLC, for the property generally located at 2101-2125 West Lyndale Street, 2200-2240 North Boyne Avenue, 2100-2124 West Webster Avenue, and 2201-2243 North Hamilton Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from R2-4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 5.5 residential multi-unit district, and then to a residential institutional planned development. Request is sought to allow for the conversion of a group living facility, a convent, to multi-unit residential consisting of 23 dwelling units and 18 accessory off-street parking spaces. The planned development consists of 2 sub-areas with a maximum floor area ratio of 1.45 for sub-area A and a floor area ratio of 1.1 for sub-area B. This is also in the 32nd Ward. James Harris will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Harris.
Apologies, I've been having some technical issues. Noah, could you allow me to share the screen?
Your co-host now.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to confirm, are you all able to see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes, you can see.
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is James Harris with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 2219 North Hamilton LLC, is here today to request approval to rezone the subject property from RT4 to RM 5.5, then to an institutional residential plan development to allow for an adaptive use of a religious group living facility to a multi-unit residential development consisting of 23 dwelling units and 18 accessory off-street parking spaces. The subject property has a common address of 2219 North Hamilton Avenue and is located within the Logan Square community area and the 32nd Ward. The demographics of the Logan Square community area is shown here. As you can see, the community is predominantly Latinx and white. Members of this community have a median age of 32.2, an average household size of 2.5, and a median income of $75,333. As shown on the aerial here, the site is located on the northeast corner of Webster and Hamilton. In terms of zoning, the predominant zoning for the area is RT4. As you can see here, the site consists of 3 orange rated buildings. No changes are proposed to those buildings. In terms of land use and character, the site consists of religious and institutional uses, and the adjacent properties are predominantly residential, mostly consisting of 2- and 3-story buildings. This group of context photos show the subject site. As you can see here, shown is the convent building that's proposed for the adaptive reuse, showing the north, south, and west facades, as well as the parking lot. And this group of photos show the adjacent properties looking north, south, west, and south along Webster, as well as the historic church, St. Hedwig. With that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Paul Shadle, who will provide a brief presentation of the proposal and is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Plan Commission. I'm Paul Shadle with the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague, Katie Jenke-Dale, we represent the applicant. As shown on this site plan, the proposal is to rezone this site plan development in order to facilitate the redevelopment of the parcel at 2219 North Hamilton, just that building which you see at the southwest corner of the site. The proposed, our entire team is here, but because this is a rehab of existing structure, it won't change the footprint. I'll go through these slides in the interest of time, and of course, to the extent that you have any questions or need more information from the architect or the owner, he can do that. This slide shows, again, the parcel boundaries and the building at the southwest corner, which would be rehabilitated. It's now vacant. It was a convent. It would, following rehabilitation, contain 23 dwelling units and would be served by 18 parking spaces. If you can go to the next slide. This shows just the parcel that contains the building to be rehabbed. It would be sub area A of the planned development, and the remaining portion of the church property would be sub area B. This plan also shows the very few changes that would be made to the exterior. 2 new parking spaces would be added at the east portion of the building, and some landscaping at the southwest portion of the building, as well as trees in the parkway. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. This just describes the same landscaping. Those are the highlighted items do show the landscaping changes and the changes to the surface area at the east side of the parcel. Next slide. This shows a typical floor plan. The units that are highlighted are 2 of the 3 affordable units. 3 of the 18 units will be affordable, 2 of which will be 2-bedroom units, and 1 of which will be a 3-bedroom unit. Next slide. And you can continue. This is the first level. Second level, again, this repeats itself. And then if you could go to the next slide. This shows the roof plan, which shows a couple of the other minor alterations to the building. The stair at the east portion of the building will be enclosed. I'm sorry, both stair and penthouse areas will be enclosed, and then a wooden common roof deck will be added. Next slide. This shows the west elevation, and again, highlighted are some of the few changes that will be made to the building. Really, it's a full internal rehabilitation, new windows, but no substantial changes to the exterior. If you could go to the next slide. Again, the rear elevation of the existing structure. Next slide. North elevation. And the next slide. And the south elevation. Next slide. The project will fully comply with the Affordable Requirements Ordinance, again, by providing 15% of the units as affordable units. The site plan has been reviewed by CDOT and approved by the fire department. It complies with the stormwater ordinance, and the developer will seek to achieve the city's goals with respect to MBE, WBE, and city resident hiring. Next slide. Just a little background on the ARO compliance. It is in the Milwaukee Corridor pilot, which increases the required percentage from 10 to 15%. That is the reason that there are 3 units. Following public benefits are expected to be generated from the project. Again, the capital investment will be approximately $3.5 million in a long vacant building. It will produce an estimated total of 150 construction jobs. And then we repeat the goals with respect to MBE, WBE, and city resident hiring. The next slide. I'll turn it back over to James.
So again, for the record, my name is James Harris with the Department of Planning and Development. The department has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with sections 17-6 and 17-8 of the Chicago zoning code. As such, please refer to the staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans presented here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with all applicable regulations and policies, be approved subject to compliance with the plans presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Alderman Wagesbach, I know you're going to recuse yourself again, but would you like to make a comment?
Sure, and I think we have that on file. So we did work very closely with all the neighbors around this property. I know this building actually very well. I happen to be married at St. Hedwig, and that's where I held my reception in that building. Wow. And being a member there, I also did some work on the inside of that building many years ago. It's really built like a nuclear fallout shelter. That's how solid it is. And despite that, you know, the difficulty that I think the developer is going to have in doing some of this internal work, we felt in our office as well as throughout the neighborhood that an adaptive reuse of this property was preferable to tearing it down or doing anything else with it. Mm-hmm. We worked very closely with the development team here, Mr. Chadid, Paul Shadle, Katie Janky-Dale, and spent a lot of time with DPD, with Commissioner Murphy and NOAA on this project, and had a really you know, good back and forth trying to get to the place that we're at today. And I think it's going to be a very good project for the neighborhood to maintain the viability of this building for hopefully another 100 years to come. And as I mentioned, we did flyer the area, worked with a lot of the neighborhood group and people there, and we have a very solid response from people about moving forward on this project, and I feel very good about the outcome here, and would just ask for a favorable opinion or vote on this project as we move forward.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And you know, once again, a good process will reflect a better outcome. I was just going to call for the motion, but I see Commissioner Reyes' hand go up. Let me call on you, Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, just a question in terms of the affordable units. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The incomes, it went through fast. So
Sorry.
So the incomes of the 2-bedroom, and I truly appreciate that there's going to be a 1 3-bedroom. What are the incomes that you're going to target?
And unless Mr. Chadid wants to chime in, I can answer that question. Anthony? I'll answer. Yeah, the units will be targeted at households earning 60% of AMI, but as noted on this screen, it would allow tenants at 80% of AMI, but the rents would have to be based on 60% of AMI under the ARO.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for that 3-bedroom.
Commissioner Ford, there you go. Commissioner Moore, followed by Commissioner Okada.
Right. I just want to make a really quick comment. I just want to really thank the development team for doing a rehabilitation rather than a demolition and building a new building. It's so good to see that, and haven't seen much of that at all since I've been on this commission, which has almost been a year. So thank you. I just want to applaud you for the rehab of a strong structure brick building, a Chicago classic.
I'm in complete agreement with you. Were you going to say something, Alderman?
If I could just, a point of information there, Mr. Shadle knows pretty well on this, Dale. We oppose a lot of zoning changes in our ward, basically over the last decade, to try to get developers to go to an adaptive reuse of so many of our buildings. And I think he might know that well, because I know we've pushed back on a lot. But when the development team came forward with this and looked at a 2-bedroom and a 3-bedroom ARO unit, there wasn't a lot of pushback there, and I really appreciate that, because that's the kind of thing that we've been looking for, as all commissioners have here. So I appreciate that comment from Commissioner Moore as well.
And I'd like to ditto that too, that I think I'm really excited when I see these adaptive reuse on these sort of these great buildings, right? And it's good to have those. Commissioner Moore, actually, would you believe it's been over a year that you've been on the commission? Probably more like a year and a half. Time flies. Almost 2 years, in fact. Commissioner Novata, go ahead.
Thank you. And yes, I could not agree more with with Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Vargas back in this case about the value of rehabbing while we can. It also keeps our costs down when it's done on the affordability side. The thing I just wanted to note here, because it's really important to me that folks on the commission understand on the ARO and on the affordability that if these things can change, what those are and what the requirement would be for them to come back. So one thing I just wanted to note on this, this is somewhat unusual because it's in the Milwaukee corridor pilot. And again, these pilots are expiring as of October 1st, but for now, these are the context of how we're working. In this pilot, you can do the 15% on site, which they are doing. You are also allowed to do 100% off-site without having to come back to Plan Commission. In that case, you would have to do 20%, the equivalent of 20% of your units affordable somewhere else. And one could do that without coming back to amend the PD and coming back to Plan Commission. I'm not at all suggesting that's what the developer is going to do. I'm simply saying, for the record, that under this pilot, they could. And so I just want to make clear, and in the off chance that that were to happen, that's not a sleight of hand at all. It is allowed under this pilot, which again is expiring in October. So just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, do I have a motion on the residential institutional plan development submitted by the applicant 2219 North Hamilton LLC for the property generally located at 2101-2125 West Lindale Street, 2200-2240 North Point Avenue, 2100-2124 West Webster Avenue, and 2201-2243 North Hamilton Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
I would like to make a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Moore, seconded by Commissioner Biaggi. Was that going to be?
No,
Sure.
I want to,
Oh,
since
I'm sorry. Do I have a second? And it's not, and then let me get the second, Commissioner Grossman, then I'll call on you.
Second, Commissioner Biaggi.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I knew I was, so Commissioner Grossman, when you get promoted to panelist, if you press the accept button, then when then you'll be able to put your hand up and I'll be able to see when you want to.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but in the meantime, go ahead. There's a motion.
No. I just wanted to speak.
Yeah, you go ahead.
No, it was just that I've known Mr. Shadle since he was very, very young, and I was pleased to see him and see that he was doing such nice work.
Knee high to a grasshopper?
Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner.
He comes from good people.
Right on. Well, with that, let's take a vote then. Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox, I think, is not here. Commissioner Grossman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly, I think is gone also now. Commissioner Lyons, I think.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I didn't get you on the last vote, Commissioner Lyons. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was no, but thank you.
Well, you know, that actually changed the number. That changes the vote count on there. for the record on the one on the previous one.
Chairman, just for the record, to be clear then, if we're going to allow her to go back and vote, we should also then ask Commissioner Shaw if she'd like to record a vote.
Okay, to show, so, well, Commissioner Shaw did. She said it was going to be a no vote or just a
She
present.
said present. She did not enter a vote.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
just present. Sound like she didn't want to vote. Can she do that? All right, let me finish this vote and then we'll resolve this. All right, Commissioner Lyons voted yes on this. Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata. Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbach has recused
Recused.
himself. The motion passes. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
now,
Let's ask Mr. Gaynor, Chairwoman, to chime in there.
I don't think that it changes the outcome. So I'll let you guys, why don't you have a conversation with Mr. Gaynor and then come back to us and I'll keep moving, okay? Does that work?
Works for me.
Okay. So now we're going to the next item, which is D6, a proposed residential plan development submitted by LG Development Group LLC for the property generally located at 210 North Aberdeen Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from C1-1 Neighborhood Commercial District to DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 19-story, 230-foot tall building with a 414 residential unit, with 414 residential units, ground floor commercial space, and 102 accessory vehicular parking spaces. A 2.2 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 9.2. I hope I'm not talking too fast for our court reporter. I try. Barb, I hope that's okay. I sometimes forget and maybe talk too fast. But anyway, Emily Thrun, you're up and ready to go. So you'll provide the context overview. Applicant will proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from C1-1 to DX-7 and then to a residential business plan development to construct a 19-story building with 414 residential units, ground floor commercial space, and 102 accessory parking spaces. The subject site is located in the near west side community area. The average household size in the area is 2.2 people. 42% of the people in the area are between the ages of 20 to 34, and the median household income in the area is around $83,000. The L-shaped site is bounded by West Lake Street to the south, North Aberdeen Street to the east, 2 to 3 story buildings to the north, and North May Street to the west. The site is located in the Kinsey Industrial Corridor and is partially located within the Fulton Randolph Market Chicago Landmark District. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are C1-1, C1-2, C1-3, C2-5, DX-5, and planned developments number 1451 and 1360. The surrounding land uses in the area include commercial, residential, and industrial uses. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 717 feet west of the CTA's Morgan Pink and Green Line stop. Here are images around the site along Aberdeen and May Street. The site currently contains a vacant lot on Lake and Aberdeen Street, a one-story commercial industrial building on Aberdeen, connecting to a one-story commercial building on May Street. The site contains the Arthur Harris Building, which has been identified as a contributing building with a non-contributing addition in the Fulton Randolph Market District Design Guidelines. As a part of this proposal, the applicant is proposing to preserve and renovate a portion of this building and incorporate the building into the design and programming of the development. The next few slides include aerial view of the proposal in context with buildings that are completed, under construction, approved, or proposed within the surrounding area. Here is an aerial view of the project looking northwest, Here is a view of the proposed project looking north and south, a rendering looking southwest, a view looking northeast with the L tracks in the foreground, and a view looking northwest. The next few slides include images of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. This is a view from the corner of Aberdeen and Lake looking northwest. This is a street level view along Aberdeen looking southwest. And this is a street level view along May Street looking southeast. The project is subject to the West Loop Design Guidelines that was approved by the Chicago Plan Commission in September 2017. The document provides guidelines for tall building designs, such as providing setbacks and height transition, and the plan encourages the preservation and integration of historic buildings into new developments. The project is also subject to the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan that was originally adopted in 2014 and whose update was approved in January of this year at Plan Commission. The plan's goals include promoting mixed use and mixed income developments, improving access for all transportation modes, and protecting and enhancing historical and cultural assets. Additionally, the proposal is subject to the Fulton Randolph Market District Design Guidelines. The guidelines aim to strengthen the identity of this area, encourage renovation of existing buildings, and include streetscape guidelines to improve pedestrian safety and comfort. Now I turn the presentation over to Michael Esger, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal. You're on mute.
Thank you, Emily. My name is Michael Esger. I'm the attorney for the applicant LG Development Group from the law firm of Acosta Esger. Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, thank you for your time today. This project has been going on for several years and has changed over time. And we have had extensive community review all during that time. So our initial meetings with the community occurred in January of 2019 with an office and hotel project. We came back approximately a year later in the beginning of 2020 to introduce an all office development. And with the changes to the FMID plan, the recent changes, we are now back post-COVID with an all residential mixed use development that has gone through the community again, and including another full community meeting where the comments really all along over these last few years have been fairly consistent, just about maintaining some good flow throughout the site and addressing some traffic concerns, as well as protecting some areas, which I'll show you on the site plan. And so it was a good meeting with the community, and that resulted in approval recently at the June 3rd Historic Preservation PRC committee meeting. And so next slide. In addressing DPD and community feedback, there was realignment on the site based upon the historic boundaries, the historic district boundaries. So the building was realigned from a diagonal to more of an orthogonal or rectilinear type configuration. The massing of the building was further articulated to address height and materiality. The solid portions of the building were changed from a metal to a masonry material, which was important given its proximity to the landmark district. Also, we've done a good effort, the architects have, to protect the Arthur Harris building and to set it back, as well as to introduce a glass enclosure to better expose the building. And there's retail frontages all along all sides of the development, which is from Aberdeen Lake and May Streets. Most importantly for the community, we have always, from the beginning, set back the north property line of the building to create a gangway accessibility area for residents and owners that occupy the buildings to the north and east of us, so that they can access the rear of their buildings on this site, which does not have any alleys running through it. Next slide. This gives you an idea of the site/ground floor plan showing, you can see at the very north end, we've offset by several feet off of the property line with the building, allowing access. We've also separated the loading functions and the parking functions. So on Lake Street, we have loading, and on May Street, we have the parking garage, and the building entrance is on Aberdeen. And that was all part of the discussions we had with the community and supported by the traffic impact study from KLOA to sort of distribute traffic and impacts of the development on all three sides of the project. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to George Sorich from Noor Architects, who'll walk you through the massing and design. Thanks, George.
Yep, great, super. Thanks, Michael. For the record, George Sorich with Noor Architects, architects for the project. As Michael just quickly to reiterate, and some of the challenges that we had early on with the project had to do with how we're addressing the historical building and the restoration of the historical building, since it is a contributing building in the district. And then as well, just the general size of the site stretching, through block from Aberdeen and May with, limited access through the site. And one point that Michael made with regards to the siting of loading and parking, by separating those two entrances, having loading on Lake Street towards the bottom and then the parking entrance towards May, it allows us to really maintain some activity along all those street frontages. So from here, I'll just start to kind of walk through the plans a bit. So the first floor, we have our main entry along Aberdeen, where we've recessed and created a bit of an arcade there, really for two reasons. One, to provide that relief and signify the entry for our building. But then, as you'll see in other renderings, it really provides some nice sight lines and help us emphasize that beautiful historical building that we're going to be renovating. And as we wrap around the site from there, we're holding that North Aberdeen and West Lake Street corner with some retail or loading dock to the side from there. And then coming all the way around to May Street, as you wrap around that community supply building, we have our parking entrance off May, and then we have our bike storage area off May. And for us, in several recent projects we've done, we're really viewing that bike storage area, not just as something that would go into the cellar part of a building, but something that would really add a benefit to the building and provide activity. So we're going to have glass looking into that bike storage area, and we view it more as a lounge than necessarily a storage area. Then there's a mezzanine level with the leasing that will be overlooking the lobby space to the right, with additional parking as we kind of progress up the building next. Here you'll see the second and typical floors. At the second floor, we have a pretty robust amenity space, providing some co-working, library, fitness center with some very nice, deep outside terraced areas, which would have landscaped areas as well as the dog run. And then you'll see we'll start to add in some of the residential units here on the second floor, but there as well with some really nice, deep terrace areas. To the right of this slide here, you'll see the typical floor plan. A bit unusual, again, because of how the site orientates itself. And as we'll start to look at some of the massing images, we essentially have three towers. We have the tower to the right, the east tower, we'll call it here on the page. Then we kind of have this element that acts as a transition between the two. And then we have what's really the west tower there to the left. And what for us is really interesting about the way the towers are working and how the corridors are working, typically in residential buildings, you're doing a double loaded corridor. But here we have several occasions where we can open up the corridor to the outside. So that one will, of course, give some nice light for the residents of this space, but as well, we think it'll add a lot of interest to the building because you're going to see different type of lighting in the corridor than you would with the residential units, and you'll see movement and activity within those corridors as well. Next. Just moving on up the building, the 17th floor, which is pretty close to the typical, although we start to see some other terrace levels here on the 17th floor as we start to break down the mass of the building as it rises up. And then at the 18th floor, we'll have another smaller amenity space with a nice roof deck looking towards the city view, as well as our pool deck on that same level. Next. Next series of slides you'll see would be the exterior elevations. Here, the east elevation, which is really the Aberdeen elevation, you'll see that orange color brick is the historical Arthur Harris building that we're totally renovating, including renovating these beautiful wood trusses that are inside the building. It'll be a pretty dramatic retail space because there are some skylights that you see there as well. So even from above, the residents will be able to look into that Arthur Harris building. And then as you kind of move along there at the ground floor, we've created this 3-story podium base utilizing masonry elements, somewhat to be in context with the materiality of other buildings in the neighborhood, as well as creating an elevation datum line that's going to be similar to other buildings in the neighborhood. And then you'll see here as well, essentially those 3 towers I had mentioned before, where it's a glass tower, then that transition tower is again utilizing similar masonry elements, and then another glass tower. Next. I'm going to try to move quickly through these because we do have quite a few slides. Again, just the other elevations of the building. To the north elevation is really from Fulton Market. Again, the podium of our building, very much in keeping with the context of those Fulton Market buildings. And then the west elevation, which is the May Street elevation, again, seeing those 3 distinctive towers with the varying massing and cutbacks that we have in the building. Next. The section, which, if there are any questions there, the overall tippy top height is just under 239 feet. Next. Next series of slides will be some of these axonometric views, just showing the delineation and the detailing for the exterior wall. This is the primary residential tower wall, utilizing energy efficient glass, metal components, for enclosing slab edges, as well as some column covers. But, we have developed this grid of kind of your typical floor-to-floor grid, as well as more of a super grid, where we're utilizing metal column, metal slab edge covers every other floor. And then that same slab edge cover is actually going to be glass between those floors, just to give some variety in the materiality of the building. And then utilizing inset balconies with glass guardrails for all the balconies of the units. Next. This is that middle tower portion where we're utilizing some of the brick detailing and bringing that up through the building from the podium and using similar materials as that base masonry podium element. Next. We have a few slides here that start to focus on what's happening at the bottom of the building, really looking at what the approach to the building is and the experience for pedestrians coming to the building. This first slide here is that entrance at Aberdeen, where there's a recess off of the main sidewalk, but providing a lot of nice rich detailing within the masonry, a granite stone base at the base of each of those masonry piers, and then a mix of some outdoor terrace space that are fronting on the street, as well as the glass storefront coming right out to the pier and framework. The Lake Street elevation, the loading dock doors to the left, slightly recessed, and then to the right, glass storefronts holding the corner at Lake and Aberdeen. Next. And then just a snip of the May Street elevation, where again, we're maintaining the materiality in the framework of those brick elements, as well as glass for the bike lounge. And then even the parking is being screened. And then the very top of the building along the east tower, what you see is the windscreen in front of you for one of the decks, the amenity space to the right, and then the penthouse elements using this fluted metal panel that's recessed from the back or from the face of the building with the framework coming through there. Next. This is just a depiction of that Arthur Harris building, which we'll be renovating. We'll be renovating the exterior masonry. We'll be replacing it with windows very much in keeping with the existing or the original building. And we were fortunate to find the original 1904 drawings of the building. So that was, somewhat of a great find for us And, we'll be holding tight to what was attempted there back in 1904. But then as well in this image, you could see to the left, the more solid masonry podium of our building and how it's really lining up with the masonry building to the right, not part of our site, but, helping to keep within context of the neighboring buildings. Next. The next series of views, we've seen some of them here at the beginning of the presentation, but just a little closer up here again, seeing the three really main tower elements for the residential, but also showing the relief from the Arthur Harris building there in the middle with that gabled roof. Next. Again, another view. This is looking down Aberdeen, view of the Arthur Harris building and that glass corner element that we have between Arthur Harris and the entry to our building to the left, which will give some nice sight lines inside into the renovated Arthur Harris building. And then you could see a portion of that masonry tower, residential tower, utilizing similar detailing and materiality to what we have in the podium. Next. A view to the northeast, again, the three towers, the tower to the east, residential. You'll see just a hint of the brick podium there in front of the L-tracks, and then that center transitional tower utilizing the similar brick detailings we have in the podium. And here too, you can start to see that play of a grid and a super grid just to give a little variety and change of proportion to the building as it rises up. Next. And then I think finally the view to the northwest, that east tower and how that steps back from the main street elevations. I think this is yours, Michael. You can take it from here. And you're on mute.
Thank you again, George. Michael Esger for the record. For LG, I'll just talk a brief bit about parking and traffic. The site, as Emily mentioned, is TOD. It's within approximately 700 feet of the Morgan CTA. And the traffic impact study shows that the impacts, the current street system can handle the additional traffic. There's not a big change in levels of service. Separating the garage from the loading is excellent. And the drop-off zones on May and Aberdeen were also encouraged as proposed. And the next slide shows compliance with the code in terms of promoting safe and efficient bicycle and vehicular circulation, again, by separating these functions. And also the sidewalks will be constructed in accordance with CDOT standards. And there's been some changes to the Fulton streetscape in this area. And we've been in contact with CDOT about those so that we're consistent with what we're doing and those changes. The parking certainly has been designed to be shielded from the public and have active uses around it. And so all of those comply with what we need to be doing. The next slide will show the parking analysis portion of the study, which again, it's TOD. We've got 414 apartments. We've got 102 parking spaces, and there's on-street parking currently. The retail is not significant at 10,000 approximately feet, and it's the type of retail that would be service oriented, where parking can be accommodated on the street or just by pedestrians in the community. I'm going to turn it back over to George to talk about the West Loop design guideline compliance.
Great. Okay. Thanks for the record. George Sorge with Nora Architects. Next series of slides, as Michael said, we'll be talking about the West Loop design guidelines and just highlighting the main points. And there's a lot to peel through here. But for the checklist here, you could see we're holding that Aberdeen and Lake Street corner with very active uses, retail at that corner, utilizing massing materiality of what's happening in the neighboring buildings. And then as the building transitions to the more modern contemporary use of the high energy efficient glass elements, the building steps back and sort of starts to carve out to help break down that mass as you rise up. Next. So you see the inset balconies per the guidelines, again, integrating the masonry into that podium, as we, have said a few times now, being contextual with the neighboring buildings, and really, being careful to preserve the historic components of the contributing building within the district. The parking that we do have off of May Street is screened as well. Next. And then next series will be a couple of the diagrams, again, illustrating some of the elements attributed to the West Loop Design Guidelines. Here, respecting that street wall, bringing the building up to that street wall with that active retail and creating that datum point for our podium stretching across to the other buildings along Aberdeen and wrapping around Fullerton. And noting as well that very limited amount of blank walls for all those street frontages. Next. Active retail along Aberdeen Lake Street, as well as active retail as part of the Arthur Harris building, and then providing that low relief towards the entrance of our building, creating a little plaza off of Aberdeen Street, which will have some nice landscaping, as well as a way of really highlighting the entry for the development. Next. Just going through our open space element of the building. All these terraces will be richly landscaped. You can see those along the north side of our tower along Fullerton. And then to the left, you'll see as well the terrace area and landscaped areas at the second floor, some of which will be part of the dog run that we have as one of the amenity spaces for the building. Next. Again, just reviewing some of the materials, high energy efficient glass and metal for the more contemporary component of the residential tower, and then utilizing a red brown brick for the podium base. Next. As part of our sustainability meeting the Chicago Sustainability Development Policy, we're looking to gain about 105 points of the required 100 points. Both on the energy, stormwater, and water usage. We will, be above code requirements, taking advantage of this transit-rich area that we're in, having CTA display, and the basic bird protection for the glass. And then finally, the EV stations. On the stormwater management, again, going above code requirements, not only by having underground stormwater within the building, but as well in all of our larger plaza areas and green roof areas, developing a detail here where, it'll be a slow release of stormwater into the system. And from there, I will pass it back to Michael, correct?
Thank you,
That's
George.
where we were going from there. Okay.
Yes, thank you, George. Michael Esger for the record. Part of the FMID updated plan calls for large residential projects to undertake a school impact analysis. The LG team worked with Aaron Levin Carbonargi and Jim Dispenza from Irvin Resolve to come up with a impact analysis that shows that the project generates a tremendous amount of real estate taxes as compared to the current uses over the next 20 years, and has a net benefit after cost of over $31 million to the schools. And it also shows that the capacity at both the Skinner and Wells schools are well within acceptable limits, that a project like this will not greatly impact from an attendance standpoint, but will help financially. Next slide. The ARO LG Development has always been a great player working with the city to try to go meet or exceed ARO requirements. And in this case, the PD was recently amended to include all 20% of the units on site pursuant to the pilot in the West Loop area. And that'll create 83 affordable units on site. And in addition, because the FMID guidelines, the new plan calls for attempts by both the city and the development team to try to reach up to 30% affordable, LG has committed to work with the city, and we've had good meetings with the Department of Housing, with Commissioner Navarra, as well as Commissioner Cox of DPD, and the respective full teams to discuss this. And LG is committed to making a best faith effort to work with them to try to attain 30% with some programs. So that'll be good. Next slide. Additionally, Alderman Burnett is always a proponent and encourages people to, not just meet MBE and WBE requirements, but also try and make best faith efforts to hire locally. And LG has always done that in this area. And again, we'll work with Communities Empowered Through Construction to help vet some of those local hires, as well as talk about opportunities to bring minority contractors onto the job. And when we look at the economics of that job, it's a $140 million project. There's potentially 450 construction jobs, 30 permanent jobs. The Neighborhood Opportunity Fund contribution is approximately $2 million. The local impact of that is approximately $200,000, and the annual tax contribution is $1.9 million. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Emily to finish up.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal is in compliance with the West Loop design guidelines and the Fulton Market District design guidelines, and is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate to the project. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Additionally, the project promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thrun, and thank you for your presentation. Go ahead, Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah, what is the unit type of the 83 units that will be provided on site, which I appreciate that.
Michael, do you want me to take that?
Sure.
You're saying the affordable, as in keeping in the work that we always do, it'll be equally distributed. I mean, just as, we're required to do that with our ADA units between the A and B units, it's equally distributed between type of units, as well as location within the building.
So
there's no bias towards those units.
Right, so I understand that. So, because I did not see the unit breakdown, so I'm assuming you have 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms?
Yeah, we have efficiency units, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And of the 2 bedrooms, there are a couple of different sizes, anywhere from 900 square feet to 1,200 square feet. So those 2 bedrooms that are up in the 1,200 square feet, they'll really be 2 bedrooms in like a den type of layout.
Okay, thank you.
And then can we also make sure that, I think you guys do this, but want to make sure that when it comes time for the MBE reporting requests that come to you, that you fill those out so that we can have that tracking. Alderman Burnett, do you want to comment? I know you're going to recuse yourself, but would you like to comment on this project?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chairman. So we did have several community meetings where they met with several community organizations in our ward in this area, the West Loopgate Organization, the West Central Association, and also the neighbors of the West Loop. We also had a community meeting with them. we initially, they've, excuse me, Jess, they initially had a meeting and, well, they initially had a rendition that, that planning made them go back to the table on. And it appeared to be, they were able to get a better product out of it. The different massings and the different materials and the different contrasts look a lot better. They work real hard to satisfy the community. You know, some of the things that the community is starting to get concerned about in this area is green space and traffic. And I think they're trying to accommodate those things as much as they can. They have another project, I think is kitty corner to this, or across the street from this, where they offering some open space. I appreciate the affordable housing component that they're doing. And I appreciate them working with the Department of Planning to try to come up with 10% more. I think that's fantastic. I also appreciate them working, always working with the community to hire people from the neighborhood, but we're talking to them to try to encourage them to meet that 30% MBEWBE, is to try to see if we can get a contractor, whomever that contractor that they choose, to joint venture with a minority contractor, which would cover the 30%. So it'll be a no-brainer. So we're going to continue to work with them on that. I have all the faith that they would work with us on that, because they always have. I think this is a great development. We didn't have anyone that was against it. Appreciate this body if they would support it also.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you're saving the one building. And I guess this gets us into that area north of Fulton Market that has not been residential. So I think the quality of the project, particularly since it's the first one, really mattered. So I appreciate the care that was taken and put into the design. So with that, do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by LG Development Group LLC for the property generally located at 210 North Aberdeen Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Move to pass, Commissioner Wagasback.
Moved by Commissioner Wagasback, seconded by?
Seconded by Commissioner Lyons.
Seconded by Commissioner Lyons. Before I go to a vote, Commissioner Nevada, you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, I wanted to underscore, we heard from Cindy Chan Rubik several months ago in Plan Commission about the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan, and the fact that we were setting a goal of 30% affordability in this district, and that we knew that as the city and as the Department of Housing, we would need to kick in resources to reach beyond the 20% that we expect from the developer to reach that 30. So I just want to note, this is the first example, followed by another, that we will hear of trying to work on that. And I do want to say that I appreciate LG's coming to the table in good faith and saying that, you know, they will work with us to try to make this happen. It's a new experiment. We're trying to figure it out in good faith together. And I just want to name that and say we're excited about it.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Okay, let me go to the vote. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is recusing himself. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox is not here. Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy. All right, did not hear Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Shaw. All right, I'm not hearing Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Wagasback.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with 7 yeas. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm also really excited
Thank
that
you.
that the one building, that the historic building you're gonna renovate is gonna be retail, so it'll be open to the public, so that'll be cool.
Yep.
So congratulations, and we'll look forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next item then on the agenda is D7, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by LG Development Group LLC for the property generally located at 1150 West Lake Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from C1-1, C1-2, and C1-3 neighborhood commercial district to a unified DX-7 downtown mixed-use district, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct two buildings, a 33-story, 330-foot tall building with 486 residential units, ground floor commercial space on the south side of Lake Street, sub-area A, and a 20-story, 220-foot and 6-inch tall building with 179 residential units, ground floor commercial space on the north side of Lake Street, sub-area B. The overall planned development would contain 290 accessory vehicular parking spaces and 4 loading berths. A 1.3 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 8.3. This also is in the 27th ward. Joshua Sohn will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Go ahead, Mr. Sohn.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record,
And we're going to need you to speak up if you,
Yep.
so that everyone can hear, especially the court reporter,
all right, is that better?
slightly.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Joshua Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1150 West Lake Street and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th ward. The applicant, LG Development Group, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to section 1708-0512 and 17-08-0513 due to the fact that the proposed building will exceed 155 feet in height, contain more than 200 dwelling units, and the proposal will utilize the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus to increase the maximum allowable FAR of the development from a base FAR of 7 to an FAR of 8.3. The subject site is located in the central planning region, as you can see here, located with the arrow, where less than half of the population is aged 20 to 34, and the estimated median income is around $83,500. The proposed plan development straddles West Lake Street between May Street and Racine Avenue, a half block south of Fulton and north of Randolph. It is adjacent to a variety of land uses, including residential, retail, and commercial, as well as some remaining light industrial uses. The green and pink line bifurcates the project site, which is located 3 blocks west of the Morgan Station. As you can see here, the project site is outlined in a red dashed line, and the CTA station is located where the white arrow is pointing. The site outlined again in the red dashed line is currently zoned C1-1, C1-2, and C1-3, and will be unified under a DX-7 zoning district prior to establishing a residential business plan development on the subject site. The site is divided into 2 sub-areas, sub-area B on the north, so north of Lake, and sub-area A on the south, or south of Lake. Sub-area B is comprised of a vacant lot on the north side of Lake Street and a couple of low-scale warehouses. As you can see, the bottom picture is a view north toward sub-area B, which is a vacant lot. And then the top photo is a view south of sub-area A, which consists of industrial low-scale buildings. Again, these are more existing condition photos of sub-area A. This is from Randolph Street viewing north, followed by Racine Avenue viewing east, and May Street viewing west. The applicant has designed the project to be compliant with the West Loop design guidelines with the main goal of addressing the character of the West Loop with tall building designs that include height transitions, setbacks, and maintaining a human scale. The project also complies with the recently updated Fulton Market Innovation Plan, which promotes mixed uses and mixed income developments, accessible transportation modes, and enhances historical and cultural assets. Both documents have been reviewed and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. With that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Michael Esger with the applicant team to discuss in detail the project, timeline, and subsequent slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Again, Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger for the applicant LG Development Group. And Madam Chairwoman, excuse me, and members of the commission, I appreciate your time this afternoon and want to talk first about community outreach. Again, had a robust community process. We're approved at Plan Commission last year for a similar project that included a residential and office north of Lake. And we came back this year post-COVID with an all residential project and went back through the process. The design is very similar, the Gensler design. The residential building north of Lake became taller and thinner. We talked to the West Central Association, the area's Chamber of Commerce. We talked to the West Loop Community Organization, longstanding organizations, and as well as neighbors of West Loop, and had a full community meeting. And the community has been supportive of the project all along. Next slide. The context images, as you've seen before for some of the West Loop projects, because things are changing rapidly and Google Earth can't really keep up, the West Central Association hosts a database of many architects, including Knorr, Gensler, and many others that throw their projects into the database. And so that we're getting a consistent view from many architects on many projects of the current approved, proposed, built projects that may not show yet in Google Earth. Ours is in the magenta up on the north part of this image. And it shows how we fit into that context. Next slide is a view looking back southeast. And you can see how, again, this project fits into the context and the ever-changing context of this area. Next slide. This is where I'm going to turn it over to Sasha over at Gensler, who's going to explain the massing design and walk through the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Josh, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Sasha Zeljic, and I'm an architect with Gensler, and I will walk you through a design of this development. As Michael talked earlier about, this site development has been previously approved by Plan Commission, but with a different program specific on the northern parcel of this development. Program shifted on a sub-area A north parcel from office to residential, complementing with that what we are planning for the southern parcel. So we focused on how these two parcels really relate to each other, how they create value for each other, and also for all the residents. As we went back to the drawing board, and you can kind of see on a lower left corner, we have developed variations on essentially the same idea, where we focused on having a strong presence of the tower on the corner of the Racine and Lake, while in the same time trying to give more privacy to residents living on a Lake Street by stepping back that volume that is facing it. We also wanted to make sure that scale of the new tower gradually steps back towards the neighborhood to the north. You can see that on a rendering focused on a north tower. Next page. So here's the site plan featuring overall development for Amy-Lou with north and south parcels. Again, development on the southern parcel remained for the most part the same as previously approved, with slight adjustments in terms of relocating pool area to the southern portion of the podium, and with that really trying to maximize the sun exposure. Development on the north parcel is now a new residential tower, and you can see how in this plant position of this, the two towers have mostly unobstructed views. So there's basically a corner of the May and Lake where we have a previous developed tower, which is really fully open with the views. And then of course the new one at the Racine and Lake. The Amy Lou North residential building amenity deck is facing the east side, and it will be placing a secondary areas of amenities at the very top of the building to maximize, again, sun exposure and the views back to the city. Next slide. So here is essentially a rendering looking, an aerial rendering, if you will, looking east and looking at essentially at all of the development. You can see the overall development work, how the overall development works with two towers and essentially on a southern portion, the wings on these two towers. In both cases, we're trying to essentially gradually step down the scale back to the neighborhood. If you go to the next slide. So in this view has changed from what we had seen last year when the development has been approved. And the northern parcel here basically is featuring the shorter residential tower with a shorter podium and all stepping back with the context and the neighborhood. Again, a podium is trying to really pick up, in this case, the scale of the neighborhood that is right now existent to it. And then the tower is set back on it, featuring a lot of new green space. If we go to the next slide. So one of several pedestrian views we'll walk you through. Looking at a corner of the lake in Racine, looking southeast. We have designed this really with a human scale and human experience in mind. Ground floor podium will be activated with retail, but you do see that the podium portion, certainly right above the retail first, several floors really will be picking up off of the existing scale and then featuring similar materiality that is in the context. If we can go to the next page. Yeah, this is the view to the southern part of the site, looking essentially at the location where we had previously designed the original tower, which is to remain pretty much without really being changed. But this, in this particular view, what you're also seeing is the access to the alleyways, which we have activated in order to encourage the foot traffic around the entire development. Again, another view looking from the Lake Street, looking east. Another view looking at some of the amenities at the top of the building. And then again, amenity deck on the southern parcel, will again feature a lot of open space with a lot of generally dedicated, a lot of it will be generally dedicated to residents to relax and enjoy the outdoors. So one of the key design strategies for us and for the LG, specific really to LG team here was really looking at activating all the existing alleyways that will be, we will be encouraging people to really access them. There will be a lot of program retail in them and trying to really break the larger site that we have with the ability really to access and encourage the foot traffic. So you're seeing here just a schematic plan of what that will look like. And we've done something very similar to this on a 167 North Green as a point of reference. This is a little more detailed view, just pointing out how essentially all of this would work, and some of the renderings really pointing out, how on the corner to the right you're seeing really how that alley looks like. But really, what we are planning to do is to populate it with a pop-up retail, activated, and with street art, urban furniture, and some additional program. So what you're seeing here right now is our typical ground floor plan. A lot of retail will have a substantial amount of retail that we will be programming to support all of the foot traffic. Part of our strategy as we were developing this project was really to move the gravity of the West Loop pedestrian access more to the west side of the city, west side of the neighborhood, and that's why the combination of activated alleyways with retail was used to support that. The second floor, pointing out, in this case, we'll have access to the parking on the second floor, some residential units on the southern parcel, as well as residential units and amenity deck on the north parcel. Next slide. A roof plan, just showing out, the overall composition. And so some of the major elevations you'll see in a couple of following slides as well. Again, combination of the major frames and then the subframes in the elevation scaling, scaling the development back to the larger community with the choice of materials that are really specific to the context. And then, of course, the glass and aluminum that we thought would be really appropriate in this case. So a couple of other elevations. We can go to the next slide. I think what's following after this slide will be essentially the site sections or the building sections. Those will basically tell us about the overall building height, which you can also see here on this elevational view. About 330 feet will be the height of the southern portion of the site, the highest point of the southern portion of the site. And then 220 feet will be on the northern portion of the site. Again, speaking from the materiality perspective, really are trying to pick up the scale of the context and the neighborhood by delineating podium in a really careful and a nice way, and then setting back the towers that are sitting on the podium. There you go. So just programmatically, again, the retail at the base, parking sandwich on between the levels 2 and 5, program with a portion of the parking that's facing really the street, and then residential sitting right above that parking podium on the southern parcel, and then on the north parcel, we also have a ground floor parking, just a one level, and then amenity deck right above it with residential over it.
Sorry, it is being a little
Delayed.
slow. Yeah.
Thanks, Josh. I think Michael will be taking, after this slide, he'll be walking us through the parking study.
In order to do that, I left City Hall and I'm now in the Fulton Market.
See.
I'm going to attempt to reshare so that maybe some of the bugs are gone.
Josh, you may want to turn your video off if you're having bandwidth issues. That'll help.
Okay, thank you.
He's in City Hall. We wouldn't expect bandwidth issues.
Hopefully,
I believe Noah is going to try and use his computer.
okay. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, up to that slide, yeah.
So now you'll select your slide and say from slideshow, start from current slide.
Just when we thought we were on a roll.
Can you all see it?
Yes. Okay, so I'll pick right up where we left off. So traffic impact study. The results are that the current street system can handle the traffic generated. This is a transit-oriented development approximately 1,000 feet away from the Morgan CTA. And the highlight of the study is that the project and the team, the LG team, has committed to providing a new traffic control signal based on the warrant that shows that it is required for Racine and Lake, and the loading has been properly handled on site. The next slide. I was trying to do that really fast for everyone. Shows compliance with the code, and we will be promoting pedestrian and bicyclist safety. The sidewalks will be constructed in accordance with CDOT standards. And again, there's some street improvements here that we've coordinated with CDOT. The parking is designed to be hidden from public view, and we in fact have lots of active uses around all sides. And this new alleyway system is really the hero of the project that the community really loves, and I think we all do, that will create some really interesting pedestrian and vehicular travel through the site. Next slide. The parking analysis, again, given the TOD nature of the site, there's 665 units, a total of 290 parking spaces. We carefully worked with CDOT to figure out how to navigate the parking entrance and minimize curb cuts. And we're doing that off of Racine Avenue, where we share a vehicular access point that navigates the site also with the parking garage, as you can see. And then that's for the south building. The north building comes in off of the alley for the parking and loading. And the next slide. Again, compliance with the code in terms of open space and landscaping. It's in full compliance, and as well as the open space requirements being in full compliance as well. Sustainability, we will meet or exceed the sustainability requirements. And similarly, the stormwater, this area has some infrastructure issues. All of these projects will really help with some certain flooding, and certainly retention on site will be, and it's approved for that as well. The school impact study, again, the LG team working pursuant to the FMID revised plan that calls for large projects to have a school impact analysis. And then these analysis, this one was done again by Aaron Levin, Carbonargi, and Jim Dispenza of Urban Resolve, and really demonstrates the impact of these large developments on real estate taxes generally over a 20-year period. This is close to $200 million in real estate taxes generated, and a net benefit to the schools of approximately $90 million net benefit. And or 87 million, excuse me. It also, the study showed that there is capacity at the local schools. Next slide. Again, as with the last project, LG has committed to working with Department of Housing and DPD. The plan development was modified to include all of the affordable on site. And in addition to those 133 units, there is the best efforts written into the PD by LG working with DOH, and they've already started those discussions pursuant to the FMID plan and the goal of achieving 30%. We've again, LG is making a strong effort here, as is the city, to try to make this work. Next slide. again, LG's commitment to local hiring, MBWBE, working with CEC to help with that process. It is a $300 million approximate project, 500 construction jobs, 50 permanent jobs. There's a neighborhood opportunity fund contribution of approximately 2.5 million, local area to 250,000. And there's this annual sales tax contribution to the area. And so I'll turn it back over to you now, Josh, to finish the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Let me see. All right. So with that said, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan and the West Loop Design Guidelines. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. All sides and areas of the buildings that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality. It promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. And the proposal follows building orientation and massing guidelines of the Chicago zoning ordinance. Lastly, copies
Josh,
of
speak up so that the court reporter can hear you.
Right. Okay, so lastly, copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Alderman Burnett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, this, as the counselor said, they went through the procedures of meeting with everyone in the community and myself. The community supported the project. Of course, we supported the initial one, and then the community had opportunity to see the second one. We appreciate all of the affordable housing that there's going to be on this development. And we appreciate them working with the community to hire people from the neighborhood. And we're also in conversations with them, trying to encourage them to joint venture, have their contractor, whichever contractor they use, to joint venture with a minority contractor. Didn't have any challenges with the community. The community is very appreciative of the open space that they have. It's very unique. And this is encouraging more desire for open spaces on other buildings because of how beautiful this one is. So with that, we support it. My community supported, we support it, and we ask for this body support. Thanks.
Fantastic. Once again, a project that reflects a lot of pride. Do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by LG Development Group LLC for the property generally located at 1150 West Lake Street, residential business plan development, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Moved by
So
Commissioner
moved.
Shaw.
Moved by
And
Commissioner.
seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Any more discussion? Let me get a vote count here then. Commissioner Biaggi is not here. Commissioner Brumfeld is recused. Commissioner Burnett would also be recused. I'm a yes. Commissioner Cox, welcome back.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Grossman. No Commissioner Grossman, Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata, Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner,
Sorry, this is Commissioner Navarra. I'm a yes.
Commissioner, okay, I got it. Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney, I believe, is gone, and Commissioner Wegasbach.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Commissioner Tunney is a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations. The motion.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to this very exciting development. Next item
Thanks, everyone.
on the agenda is D8, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1323 submitted by 1000 South Michigan Equities LLC for the property generally located at 920-1006 South Michigan Avenue and 1011-1015 South Wabash Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend plan development 1323 to add 232 dwelling units. To Subarea A, subarea A improvements will consist of a 773-story, 805-foot tall residential building containing 738 dwelling units and 325 accessory parking spaces and 3 loading berths. Existing subarea B improvements include a 102 tall office building with 1 loading berth. Can I get tech support on muting that? Thank you. No changes to subarea B of the planned development are proposed. A 0.5 floor area ratio bonus will be taken and the overall, let me see if we can mute that.
I think that's Heidi's background.
Oh, okay, there may be people in the office, thank you. Okay, where was I? A 0.5 floor area ratio bonus will be taken and the overall FAR, the planned development will be 21.22. The Chicago Plan Commission granted Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Ordinance approval of the project on April 21st, 2016. Therefore, an exemption from the Lakefront Ordinance pursuant to Section 16-4-150 has been approved by the zoning administrator for the proposed amendment. This is in the 4th Ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview and the applicant will present the proposal. Ms. Sperry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission. My name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant today proposes to amend Plan Development 1323 to add 232 dwelling units and make minor design changes to the previously approved plans in order to construct a 73-story, 800-foot tall building with a total of 738 residential units and 325 accessory parking spaces in subarea A. There will be no changes proposed to the subarea B existing building. Plan Development 1323 and the associated Lakefront Protection Ordinance review was approved by the Chicago Plan Commission back in 2016. The proposed residential tower, known as 1000 South Michigan, was designed by the late Helmut Young. The site is located in the Loop community area of the 4th Ward, and as seen in this rendering, the proposed tower will rise on the west side of South Michigan Avenue near the southern end of Grant Park. Quite a spectacular site. According to CMAP data from 2020, the population in the Loop has increased by nearly 130% over the past 2 decades, with over 60% of these residents working in the Loop or the near north or west side. The prevailing plan for the Loop is the Central Area Action Plan of 2009, which established the goal of supporting a diverse mix of land uses and high density, high quality, innovative development in the Loop. The site is also located within the historic Michigan Boulevard Landmark District, which was established in 2002. As such, the project has been reviewed by the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for compliance with district design guidelines for new construction. The site, which is shaded in orange at the center of this slide, is surrounded by a wide range of land uses, including business, residential, cultural, institutional, and parkland. Additionally, the site is exceptionally well served by transit and is located within a quarter of a mile from 2 CTA stations, as well as the Metro Electric Station and numerous CTA bus routes. The applicant proposes this amendment to utilize a floor area bonus under the Neighborhood Opportunity Bonus system. A 0.5 FAR bonus will be taken, resulting in a total FAR of 27.94 for subarea A. The overall FAR for this plan development will be 21.22. The proposed use of the bonus is consistent with DPD's policies. Under the proposed amendment, the height of the tower will be reduced by approximately 27 feet to 805 feet. As this slide demonstrates, the proposed building height, massing, and overall design are consistent with the existing development in this area. Now I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Jack George, who will provide additional information on this proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John George, and I'm an attorney, and I do represent the applicant in this matter. This is a case that has had a number of meetings, a number of them with Alderman Sophia King, a number of community meetings. We did file this PD on January the 27th of 2021. As Heidi indicated earlier, we did obtain an exemption from the lakefront ordinance since this was just recently done a few years ago. We had community meetings on February the 22nd, 2021, and then another one on May the 5th of 2021, both of which were well attended. We also appeared before the South Loop neighbors, and we did receive a letter of support from them. And Bonnie Sanchez earlier in the beginning today indicated in a letter of support for our project. Some of the changes that were obtained in this project were there was an increase in the MBE WBE from 26 plus 6% to 29 points plus 6%. We also increased the parking from 250 to 325 spaces. We're also providing all of the 23 ARO units on site. At this time, I'd also like to just mention how much we appreciate all the time and energy that Alderman Sophia King has given to this project over this long period of time. I'd like now to turn it over to Phil Castillo, who is from the Helmut Jahn Studios, who spent a great deal of time, and he'll go through and explain the architectural drawings on this project. Phil?
We do, by the way, on behalf of all the commissioners, if I can interject here, do express our deep condolences. I'm sure has been very difficult for all of you. So our deepest condolences and respect. Go ahead and keep going.
Bill, are you on, Phil?
Yes, I'm on. Madam Chairperson, thank you so much for your kind words, and members of the commission. I am pleased to be able to present this continued effort to develop 1000 South Michigan Avenue. What you see on the left is a summary of what the changes have been, and you can see the original rendering on the left and the proposed rendering on the right. The building height has been stated has been reduced to 805 feet. In the original design, we had these profiled aluminum panels, which added a little bit of texture, and those have been limited now to the east facade from the ground level to level 20 in order to kind of reinforce the more detailed facades of the historic Michigan Avenue Boulevard. We relocated balconies. As you see, they are kind of everywhere on the left, but they are now in a single row on both the northeast and southeast corners of the building from floors 22 to 72. And in this triangular plane that tilts out because the building slopes out, we've removed the metal spandrel to give up further, please. Right there, up even further for the full height of the building to the left. That triangle there is now all glass to give the building a little more character and a little more detail. The top has been modified mostly in reaction to program changes that we had to implement. And also because I think it's, we decided at this point that the building needed to be simpler. So you always learn something, a few years later. Next slide, please. This is a view from the southeast. And then on the right is the view from the northeast. And you can see there was a purposeful effort to kind of relate to 910 and 1006 South Michigan. And that is emphasized by what we always refer to as the cut between the base of the building and the more slender curvilinear tower at the top. So you see the wall, the street wall steps down to 11th Street, which is the end of the historic Michigan Avenue Boulevard. Next, please. The pedestrian context was, according to the requirements, we are required to provide a continuous street wall along Michigan Avenue. So what you see here is the fenestration of the building at Michigan Avenue. The lobby is in the center, which you can see through this larger glass opening. The leasing center is to the right. And in deference to the south-facing windows on 910, we have set the building back 20 feet from our north property line. And in order to provide the continuity, we provided a metal screen, a perforated metal screen here, which actually, links the building and provides the continuity along Michigan Avenue. And you can see up on the upper right, the existing photo site, which I'm sure you are all familiar with. Next, please. This is the ground floor plan. The lobby is located directly off Michigan Avenue and also off of Port Cochere, which I will talk about later during the traffic part, but Michigan Avenue does not allow us to have any curb cuts. So we used our Wabash Street property as access to the site and to a Port Cochere, which allows cars to drop off on the west at a west lobby and access the parking garage. And then there's a 30-foot easement that allows us to exit cars to 9th Street. So it is a conscious effort to kind of really control how traffic moves through the site. Next, please. The second floor, this is our typical parking levels through 5 through 7. It's we have apartments that face north and face to the east, and then the 325 parking spaces are arranged on levels 2 through 7. On the right, you see the apartment levels 9 through 10, where the building is more or less square. Next, please. And then when you get above the cut, there are 3 typical types of plans. Through 54, we have essentially 13 units on a floor, much smaller units. As you get up into what are termed the skyline apartments on 55 through 69, they're larger units, 8 units per floor. And at the very top, on floors 70 through 71 are 4 penthouse units, 3 floors of penthouse units with 4 units per floor. Next, please. This section here shows really how the spaces are distributed through the building. What is orange is either lobby space or amenity space. So there's lobby, there's a fitness center on 3 and 4. On level 8, there's an amenity space, and on level 20 and 21, there's more amenity space, including co-working spaces, because this is in this kind of post-pandemic world. Our client felt that it was very important that we provide that opportunity for people to work from home. And at the very top, there is a special lounge and dining rooms with a terrace and a view to Lake Michigan. The outdoor amenity spaces is to the west on top of the parking garage, and again on level 10, in order to meet our open space requirements and to provide a variety of spaces for the tenants to use. Next, please. Here it actually shows the various types of spaces on level 1. 1 and 2 is the green roof and roof deck, which includes an outdoor pool. 3 and 4 is the accessible roof deck on level 10 above the amenities and a floor of special units. Where the building is cut, that's level 5, which provides more terrace space. And 6 and 7 are the roof terraces 7 is the roof terrace at level 73. Then there's, of course, mechanical equipment and a green roof at the top of the building. Number 11 is the dog run, which is adjacent to the existing park, which I believe is a park that's owned by Columbia College. I could be wrong. And more space 12 on the ground floor, which we hope is activated at some point between 910 and our building. Next, please. These are just the building elevations. the south from Michigan Avenue. And again, you see how the heavier fenestration on the lower part of the building pays reference to the existing buildings. On the south elevation, we show you the building with the context from 11th Street as well as the building by itself. Next, please. The west elevation is really the same as the east, except that we have the parking garage, which, because we are required to provide a 4-hour separation, that wall is an architectural concrete with express reveals and patterns of that nature. I also want to point out, and you see this kind of in this elevation, that there's this kind of subdivision on the facade that shows, that gives the building a little more interest, which is really the operable windows. And the reason they shift is because the units shift and it allows us a little bit more playful arrangement. The north elevation with and without 910 South Michigan. Next, please. These drawings here show the different types of facades. So you can see on your left is the facade, the typical facade between the ground and level 20. It has a heavier metal spandrel with a little bit higher sill. And then on the right, it's just a flat metal spandrel with a lower sill, and that's in the bulk of the tower. Next, please. The left is what we call the crease, and that is because as the building gets wider, as you go to the top of the building, the northwest and northeast and southwest planes, those triangular planes, actually kind of tilt out, and that creates this kind of strong diagonal line that goes from the 22nd floor to the 73rd floor. On the right is our proposed balcony design, which is really just a glass plane that sits in front of the slab. So it really kind of creates a language that plays with the typical facade, and it's not this traditional balcony railing that sits on top of a concrete slab with a metal edge. Next, please. The ground floor facade on the left, and then at the top of the building, how we're treating it with a metal spandrel at the very top and this taller glass reading. I mean, this amenity space is in the neighborhood of I think about 24 feet in height at the top. And then there's a terrace a screened terrace that you can go out and enjoy the views to Grant Park and the lake. Next, please. This drawing here really shows the circulation, and I apologize that we somehow didn't get north up on this one. But so north is to your right. Wabash is on the top, Michigan Avenue on the south. The pedestrian entrances are shown in green. Red shows off of Wabash. We have entrances and exits to the loading docks, which are on the south face. And then car access is the blue line, which goes from Wabash, entrance from Wabash, circulation in the porte cochere, the ramp up to the parking garage, exits, and then that 30-foot easement also provides access to whatever happens on the existing surface parking lot and to some extent to 910 South Michigan. I want to point out that the porte cochere does another interesting thing too. There was a lot of attention in the planning played to the delivery of packages. Amazon, they're everywhere. You see them on the streets, and we knew that we could not have these trucks stopping on Michigan Avenue. So the porte cochere offers that opportunity for 2 or 3 Amazon trucks to be there, and there's a package room that they go directly into from that porte cochere with secure package lockers for the staff. This was for the residents. This was an important concern with our client, and we took this to heart. And it's also probably it's important for the city that this is addressed in a positive manner. Next, please. Oops. Okay, so KLOA did an update of the traffic study, and although earlier we said that we were we increased the parking in the new design from 250 to 325, but the original parking was 430 cars. So we actually have a reduction in parking. So we are still, as the earlier recommendations, not providing any additional traffic that the street system cannot accommodate. And what we have done also is we're going to have visual warning devices at the exit from 9th Street from the garage onto 9th Street, so that we can promote safety. And then there's a choke point in the alley from our Wabash site to our Michigan Avenue site behind the Columbia College that we will also provide visual warning devices, so people actually exhibit a little more care when they're going back and forth. Next, please. We're in compliance with the pedestrian-oriented and urban design guidelines, and this is unchanged in the proposed amendment from the earlier approved plan development. Next, please. We are required to provide 26,568 square feet of green space, open space for the 738 units, and that is provided on levels 8, levels 10, the ground floor passage between 910 and our proposed development and the dog run, as well as the 2 balconies per floor between levels 22 and 72. This is, we were fortunate enough that, when the project had stopped, that we actually had a mock-up, a real mock-up of the facade built. And this is shows you what the different materials are, a neutral glass with low E coating. Our idea is to make this building as neutral as possible. Flat mill finished aluminum panels on the most facades, and then this profiled finished aluminum panels, which have this kind of heavier texture on the Michigan Avenue facade from 22 down. And in between those panels at the joint, there's a polished aluminum vertical band. So this actually gives it, even when you're closer up, a little more detail. Next, please. So we are going to comply with the 2017 Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. Our goal is to achieve 2 green globes, and our 30 optional points come with the green roof, the EV charging stations, and the workforce development. And we will update this as the project progresses, but we're well on our way. Next, please. We achieve the volume control required by the city through the green roofs, through impervious land coverage on the existing site, through the restricted release rate, and also through a structured tank under the porte cochere. Next. Under the original PD, the client paid a density bonus payment for the ARO obligation of $828,000. So the additional 232 units resulted in 23 ARO units, and a decision was made to provide them on site. And you see the small thumbnail plans before you and the calculations above of where we are providing these units: 11 studios, 6 1-bedrooms, 5 2-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedrooms. And the slant on studios is really because of the 738 units, half of them are efficiencies. So this distribution was presented to the Department of Housing. There were modifications made to get to the numbers in the areas that the Department of Housing wanted, and this was the approved plan. That was the plan that they approved. Next slide.
Thanks, Phil.
Turn back over to Jack.
Just this slide does show the economic and community benefits, and as you can see, we increased the participation goals. The goals normally are 26 and 6, but in this case here, we increased the goals to 29% participation on MBEs and 6% on WBEs. This was a result of the negotiations with Alderman Sophia King And we were glad that we were able to achieve this increase in participation goals. This also shows the number of jobs that are going to be created, which is 2,379 construction jobs and 26 permanent jobs. These additional benefits, one of them just Phil just talked about, and that was the payment, which we've already made of $828,000 on the Affordable Housing Fund. And then the other 23 affordable units will be built on site. We are taking an additional bonus of 5.5, which results in $407,000 more going into the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. The increase in real estate taxes as a result of this new development would go from $150,000 to $5 million. And all parking and loading are contained on the site. There is no burdening on the public roadways. As Phil indicated, all the loading and unloading comes in off of Wabash. There's no loading that comes in or goes out onto 9th Street. And so all of these benefits and the way that the traffic was designed are real benefits to this project. The transformation, and this resulted in the transformation of a long vacant lot that has been there for a number of years, never built upon. And through the design work of Helmut and Phil, we believe that the design of this building is one that will really stand out for a long time in the lakefront of the city of Chicago. And so we're all very proud of what's been achieved through the design of the architects on this project. Heidi, it's back to you.
Thank you, Mr. George. The proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1323 has been considered against the review criteria contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance, as well as the the guidelines of the Central Area Action Plan. And it has been determined that the proposed amendment is indeed appropriate for the following reasons. The project is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its use, density, and building scale. And the project will adequately be served by existing public infrastructure facilities. Additionally, the project is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified herein. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Residential Business Plan Development 1323 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Berry. And thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Before I call on Alderwoman King and welcome, I have a question which I don't think will take very long, but we got a lot of letters from neighbors in the surrounding areas concerned about the construction process, the length of time and what its impact will be. So I'm wondering if you all if you were to get this approved today and as it goes through your process here, are you going to be making a particular effort to mitigate the negative impacts of the construction? I know that it's hard to do that, but there are ways, I know. So if you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, this is John George again on behalf of the developer. Yes, we will. And as I've indicated, I know a question came up from some of the neighbors as to the pedestrian canopy that has to go along Michigan Avenue. And we've responded to those questions by indicating that we're required by CDOT to put up that pedestrian canopy. I know the people, I think, in the 910 building have asked that we eliminate it, which we totally, but we can't do that. But we have indicated that we will pull it back as close to our building as we possibly can. But with respect to all of the other issues involving the construction site, we will, of course, be complying with all of the regulations with respect to noise and starting of construction. And we will also, as we've indicated to Alderman King, indicate when we will be doing any closing off of anything. We will notify her and the constituents before we do any of that. I know with respect to the staging, the contractor that's going to be doing the work here will be coming up with a plan so that there will not be staging of all of these construction equipments or cement trucks or anything like that on 9th Street so that we can avoid that type of congestion. but it's definitely the intention of this developer to comply with all of the regulations with respect to building in the city of Chicago, and we'll do our best to minimize that as best we can for our surrounding neighbors.
Thank you. Appreciate that stated commitment. I think, because you're right, the staging is really critical in terms of that, of minimizing that impact. Welcome, Alderwoman King. The floor is yours if you'd like to make comments. I understand that congratulations are in order for your Chief of Staff, Mr. Prentice Butler. I guess he just received his master's in public policy from University of Chicago, so congratulations to him. But the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate it. And yes, definitely proud of my Chief of Staff. You brought him up, so he is the cream of the crop. You don't get any better. I could go, and he's just celebrating a birthday too. So shout out to Prentice Butler, but he is just really a superb partner, I would say, in our office. But thank you for allowing me to speak here today on behalf of this project. And thank you for consideration of my comments. After I think a lot of reflection and several community meetings, we have decided to support this project and to move forward with this project. I understand that not everyone will be happy with that decision, but I believe that this decision truly reflects the input from the community meetings held regarding this project. And it is also consistent with our belief that, good public policy and decision-making is done with those considerations of everyone involved. While not everyone will be met with positive results, I think this is the best thing to do, particularly at this time. I also believe that the development team has made a very honest effort to address concerns regarding parking and traffic concerns, Chairwoman, that you just mentioned, and other potential construction-related concerns as well. I've also requested, as you've heard, that the developer place provisions in the PD, which is there, that would prohibit Airbnb rentals in the building. And I think this is a great compromise to respond, really to the concerns of residents who were concerned about potential disruptions that may come from transient populations in the building. And the building itself, while not consistent with the development plans for the South Loop from the early 2000s, I think, which is the prevailing arguments against the proposal, it is very consistent with recent development in the area. And it should be understood, by this body and by everyone concerned that this project was approved by City Council prior to my, right actually when I came into office, to move forward with condominiums in the same basic shell. And so those were the issues that I were really looking at, the ones that were related to, changing from condominium to, more of a rental building, because I felt that other hurdle had really already been climbed, and the decision had been made there. So again, I'm in support of moving forward with rental units, especially given COVID and the market and everything that's going on. Not to mention the Helmut Jahn design, which is, everybody says is just wonderful, and will hopefully, live positively with his memory on Michigan Avenue. Although, we had come to this conclusion before his untimely death, and just would like to take a moment to give condolences to his family publicly, done so privately, but wanted to take that moment to do that. I'd also like to note, again, that we asked for affordable housing, the affordable housing requirements to be fulfilled, on site, I think, which is important. I've said to this body before that affordable housing is a responsibility of the entire city and not just a segregated area or population. And so I'm happy that, again, on Michigan Avenue, we will have more affordable housing and that it will be actually all on site and not off site. And so since there are, I think, approximately 230 or so extra units, that means that there'll be 23 affordable units at about 60% AMI. As Mr. George said earlier, we're also increasing the MBWB goals, which I'm happy to say. And, so given all of those things and the efforts that the development team is making to make sure the construction goes smoothly, I wholeheartedly support moving forward with this plan. And so hopefully the consideration of the commission will be the same. And I would like to thank you all for that consideration and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Super, thank you. Commissioner Reyes, I know you're happy probably that there is affordable housing on site. Did you want to make any comment?
Yeah, unfortunately, I might not be able to vote, but since I have to leave at 3:30, but I truly appreciate the effort of having those 23 units on site. But most importantly, having those units at 60% AMI, that is significant. So I value that. Thank you.
Well, actually, I'm ready. You might be able to vote. I think we might make it by 3:30. I'm ready to entertain on the proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1323 submitted by 1000 South Michigan Equities LLC for the property generally located at 920-1006 South Michigan Avenue and 1011-1015 South Wabash Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Novata.
Yeah.
With that, let me do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi, I think, has left. Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Grossman, are you here? Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, I think left a proxy, did she not, Noah?
I don't know if she did for this item. I will check.
Okay. Commissioner Tenney,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbuck. Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Just
all.
real quick for the record, Chairwoman, I do not have a proxy for item D8 from Commissioner Shaw. I have for D7 and D6, but not D8.
Okay, well, motion passes. Congratulations, everybody involved.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing the final product and again, our deepest both condolences and congratulations to all of you for this wonderful project. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you, Miss Berry. You're awesome. All right, with that, this does conclude this month's meeting of Chicago Plan Commission. This might be hard to get, but might I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Seconded by Novara.
Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Novata, thank you very much. And I do need to do a roll call vote. So let me do that. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox. Oh, we lost him as soon as the item was done. All right, Commissioner Lyons.
No, that was Commissioner Yes. I had on mute.
All right, Commissioner Lyons is a yes. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Novata.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Shaw's gone. Tunney. Commissioner Tony. All right, well, the motion carries. We can adjourn. We're going
Wag is
to.
back is.
Commissioner Reyes, you're here until the end. We're adjourning
Thank
at 3:27. Thank you, Tech. Thank you, Barbara, or Barb, and we really appreciate everybody's presence and commitment and all that everyone does to make this a better city. So have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the heat, and go with blessings.
Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.